Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Sorcery 101 is 20 years old. Its first page went up on the internet May 12th, 2005. And I am going to draw some things while chatting with my good friends throughout the rest of the evening. First up are my buddies Bones Leopard and Jose Pimienta, who went to college with me and saw me draw a lot of early Sorcery 101 pages.
Woohoo! Hi,
Yeah,
Bones. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Just all things considered, things are going great. How's Massachusetts treating you?
Honestly, I love this place. No regrets moving here. I know you abandoned it, Cal, but I
Yes,
love
I
I love this
abandoned it
area.
because of the snow. And so, Joe, Bones, who are your favorite Sorcery 101 characters?
Bones, you go first.
Well, so my favorite character was Brad and his family, and which is why whenever you said you're gonna ask, I called you a monster.
And I instantly knew who your favorite was then. Uh, Joe, who's your favorite?
From the moment I read Sorcery 101 to this day, I'm a Pat kid. Pat's my dude. Pat's my guy.
I'm pulling
So
up what is Joe's
big fan of
favorite
Pat.
page, which is Danny battling a spider. Uh,
Yes, and what I like about the reason why I like this page is not just because it's well drawn and it's a very good page, period. It's also like the context that goes with this page. And I am so glad that the context of this page is now verified. Okay, so I'm
yeah.
not crazy. You can talk about this later, but like I'm just gonna get to my point. So a while back when Cal, hi everybody. Um, Kel was asking like what was one of my favorite, if I had any like memorable like favorite segments of Sorcery 101, and I quoted this page because like I remember when you were drawing this page, that like you told like for anyone who's who's not familiar, like yeah, Kel and I and Bones, we met in college, which means that like we also got to hang out socially and just talk socially outside of making comics. I know. And I can't remember exactly like how, but like you were either exiting a class or we were talking in a classroom, and you said that you were about to draw this page, and I quote, you said, "I have to draw an epic fight of Danny fighting a spider." Now this is 20. This is like 2008, something like that. Um, and Kel and I didn't really know each other that well, so I really had no idea what they meant by "I'm going to draw an epic fight of Danny fighting a spider." And if you go to school with a lot of comic book nerds, that can take a whole different connotation. So I really didn't know what to expect. Um, and then you showed me the page, um, and I was like, oh, that's what you meant, because it's for anyone who has not seen the page, it's not exactly an epic fight per
Mm-hmm.
se, um, but it is a fight with a spider. Um, and I remember looking, I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, that is a fight with a spider. And you're like, yep, that's it. And that just kind of really sparked me a little bit. Like that just really, because it kind of defied my expectations, but also like it just made me smile. And ever since it became one of my favorite pages. And then, 15 years later or 17 years later, Kel and I are talking about it, and they
I
tell me that this page does not
I
exist.
did not remember the page.
Oh, that's
so,
hilarious.
so I'm glad I'm not crazy. Because I mean, look, also like for all intents and purposes, like this is something that we're also talking is that like um this could have been like a page that you have also done for like a school assignment,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe it wasn't Danny, like maybe you drew something else, because I mean like during college like we did draw a lot of like short stories here and there were a lot of assignments, and like Kel was on top of making their web comic on a regular basis, they were also on top of their assignment. So, you know.
Yes. Hello, Overlord in the chat. But so, to go back to, Joe, can you tell us why Pat was your favorite?
That is my favorite because, I mean, it's a bit of an archetype that I really like, which is the elder, begrudging, grumpy character seeking redemption type. That's just like I just love that archetypical story. I love characters like that. I love characters trying to like make some form of amends. Also, you know, like he's just so grouchy. He's just so grouchy all the time. And I don't know, like I mean, I know that there's like obviously like I know that there's like there's tragedy behind it, obviously, but you know, I'm a sucker for it. I
So
like
the
it.
idea behind Pat was
Mhm.
there is the stereotype archetype of the vampire that feels bad that they're a vampire. And so I wanted to like play on that. But since Pat used to hunt vampires, him becoming a vampire, I wanted his regret to not be, oh, I'm a vampire, boo-hoo, I have to hurt people. It's more, I have killed so many vampires, and the fact that I didn't instantly become evil means that I maybe killed some good people, because I killed without, shot first, asked questions later, like, acted with extreme prejudice. And I thought like that would be a more interesting take on the vampire that feels bad about being a vampire. And
Truth.
so that was kind of where Pat came from. Also, Pat came from. I really liked the book, A Man's Search for Meaning. And Bones, have you read A Man's Search for Meaning?
No, I haven't.
It is a philosophy book about existentialism, and it is written by a survivor of the Holocaust. And one of his sort of thesis statements and why he thinks he survived when others did not is he said, a man who has a why to live can deal with almost any how. And so for him, he had a purpose, and so his theory is that the people who did not survive the Holocaust were because they their purpose was taken from them. They lost hope. They lost like the drive to keep going, which is not him judging them on that part. That's just why he thinks he survived and they didn't. But so that sort of quote of a man who has a why to live can endure almost any how is something that I always keep in mind when I have to write a character who's depressed or hates life. And I try to make sure that they have a why. And so that also comes into play with writing Pat.
I like that.
So Bones' favorite, Brad. I am a monster. Brad was destined to die from the beginning. When I started Sorcery 101, that was always the plan, and I did have someone. There is a foreshadowing in the first chapter that's going to happen. The 8th page of Sorcery 101, Brad says, I'd rather not get any werewolf movies. The werewolf always gets killed in the end. And I did have someone at a convention flipping through Sorcery 101's first book, open that page and be like, is this how it ends? And I was like,
You're just gonna have to read to find out.
You're gonna have to read to find out. It's called
Well, I
foreshadowing.
got a question for you, and
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Kellen. Just in celebration of 20 years of Sorcery 101. So how quick in the process did you jump into the schedule that you were carrying? I mean, like, did you immediately start doing 3 pages a week, or was that like a gradual process, or like what, how
It
did
always
that go?
updated 3 pages a week, and then during the summer, in between college years, it would update 5 times a week because I can draw a page a day if I'm doing nothing else. And I can still draw a page a day if I'm doing nothing else. So I did do 3 pages a week right from get-go. I built a buffer because I actually could draw more than 3 pages a week.
Was it always in color from the very get-go?
No, it was originally in black and white, and then I couldn't figure out how to do certain things in black and white. So it was...
Gotcha.
It very quickly turned into just line art and then tones and then color. And then
When was that? I mean, like, what page was that?
It was fairly quick. Like, I added tones in the middle of the first chapter. I added color, like, in the third chapter. So, I do have the original versions that aren't in the book. So I can check.
If this is the anniversary day...
Yeah.
Wait, when did... So you started this before SCAD?
Yes.
For some reason I thought it had started while we were at SCAD. No, that's cool.
Nope, it got me a bigger scholarship.
Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. So it's like the second chapter is when it's in color.
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty quick one.
Then Sorcery 101 was not the original comic that I was going to be my quote-unquote epic. Because I did draw comics before Sorcery 101. It was a comic where Brad was actually the main character. Sorcery 101 is sort of a sequel that I thought was going to be my grand opus. Because I had a story that was about Brad and Allie meeting, like sort of the origin story of everything. I wrote it all as prose in the middle of high school. Realized I hate writing prose and I would rather draw it. I drew the first chapter as a comic and then printed it as a mini. Realized how expensive printing a fucking comic is. And then decided to put it online because that is free.
That is once you've done past paying like a server and a hosting.
No, because it was hosted on Keenspace, which was free. So that would be like the equivalent of Tapas today.
I see.
So you would just post them on. And the reason why I remember that Sorcery 101 started posting May 12th is because you had to label the files the date they were supposed to go up.
Oh, man.
Nice. Okay. Oh, jeez. Will you ever go back to writing prose?
No. I have little like in-world prose bits that I'm gonna put in to City Between, but like, yeah, every time I think, oh, maybe I'll give that a try, I'd rather be drawing it.
Yeah. Oh, word. I mean, look, I could not agree with you more on that. Mad respect to all you prose writers out there, but like, nah.
It was an act that I did not enjoy doing.
Yeah. There's a reason why they say that a picture to say is 1,000 words. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Brad was supposed to be the main character of the original comic I was gonna do.
Ball of sunshine.
Yeah, well, no, he's kind of mopey. He's nice. He's just a little mopey. He's kind of a wet blanket.
So, how much of the story did you have figured out when you first started? I mean, like, did you have like? I mean, because I know that you knew where it was going to end, but like, I mean, but like, how much of the characters did you already have figured out?
Okay, so I had, like I said, I had Danny and Brad and Seth and Allie all figured out. Pat was made for Sorcery 101. So he like took a little bit of development mid-writing in the original version before I redrew stuff. Pat smiles and makes a joke, and so when I redid the beginning, I took that out because that is inconsistent with his character the rest of the comic. Specifically, he makes a dirty joke, and it's like, that's not Pat.
Okay.
And then Jeff and Connor are new because I just needed students for Danny. And obviously I liked them because they're still in the city between.
That's what to say. Like, and then they got their own thing.
Jeff is a little bit different than Sorcery 101 Jeff. Yeah.
How so?
Jeff in Sorcery 101 is dumber. He's kind of a fucking idiot. So he's
Is that because he's younger, or is it like not?
It's no, because the way to get really nerdy about it, the way I say the difference between Sorcery 101 and City Between is the difference between 616 Marvel Universe and 1616 Marvel Universe, which is...
Bones, did that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, because that did not make any sense. That did not make sense. That's fine. I will roll with it.
Okay, so 1616 is the Ultimate Universe, Joe, and 616 is the main continuity of the Marvel Comics.
Yeah, again, that means nothing.
But
again, that's fine.
It means broad features are the same, but details are different. So people who have read both, I have told them on Patreon that do not assume something that happens in Sorcery 101 is canon in City Between until it is confirmed in City Between.
Oh, that's interesting. That's a really cool approach. I dig that.
Yeah, so that's why it's Marvel Universe is the best way to go about it. Me explaining it like shorthand to nerds is because the Ultimate Universe used people's knowledge of 616 Universe against them. So, to surprise them and do a twist, occasionally. Yeah, so Jeff is a little bit smarter in City Between. Part of that is because he's older. Part of it is, I just needed him to be slightly different.
Yeah, that checks out.
Connor's mostly the same. Aaron is different.
Is that just your way of like just having it be like so you can have your comics like if something is like canon for another comic, you don't want it to stop the story of your new one, or
It's partly because I changed
like-
how the way vampires work slightly. It's also creatures that haven't shown up in City Between that are in Sorcery 101. I wanted to change how they work. The werewolves are mostly the same.
how you change the vampires?
Vampires are more out of it when they first become vampires. So older vampires are probably the same. But if someone became a vampire during Sorcery 101, they could more or less right away jump into being the same person they always were. Whereas if you read Shards of Reflection, the main character takes on like personality traits of people she eats. She doesn't know what are her memories, what are other people's memories. So it's basically I also changed some other stuff about them that hasn't come up in City Between yet. So then but yeah, so it's kind of part of the difference was because City Between is in a different universe. One of the things while working on Sorcery 101 that I kept having readers who thought it took place in our world because it wasn't immediately obvious it was a different universe. So I realized part of why mundane stuff was boring me is because I couldn't be as creative with it in Sorcery 101. So City Between, the regular world is more different, and that means that certain plot points can't have happened. Also, there's no pop culture, because it's a different world. One of my rules for City Between is no pop culture references. So if Brad was in the City Between, he could not be a Star Wars nerd. Star Wars does not exist. I would have to make up something that is a Star Wars equivalent.
Galactic battles.
Yeah.
Astro fights. Call it astro fights.
Astro fights.
Yeah.
That's dumb. That's the dumbest thing I've said all day today.
Yeah.
We can beat it. Let's work on it.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Jank is in the chat saying that means you get to make up your own Star Wars, though. I do.
Pretty much.
But a lot of the jokes that Brad says are basically Star Wars nerd jokes. I forget where Pat's freckles are.
Yeah.
I draw Danny by default. I know Pat has a certain number of freckles under each eye.
6.
I know he has 6 total, but it's where do they go? They're in specific spots.
They are. Look, I am looking at a page with Pat right now on it, and it's like so. There's 3 under each eye. They're kind of a.
Pretty sure there's 4 under one
triangle.
eye. He might be the angle that he's in.
Pretty sure you're wrong.
Stop. No, stop.
Like, look, I'm looking at a page right now with.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 times in it. Pat's face is 3 times in this page. I am counting the freckles. It's maybe if you want to count the freckle on top of his eyebrow.
That is what I was counting.
Okay, well in that case there's 7 in his face. Okay, so there's 7 in his face, 4 on his left side, 3 on his right side, and they get the 3 on his right side are under his eyes, and they are like almost parallel to the edge of the eye, right by the cheek, and then 1 in the center below. So it's kind of, like I said, an inverted triangle.
So this is what I couldn't remember which side was which. So I've now pulled up Pat.
This is not me. This is not me being a huge nerd of Sorcery 101. I literally have a page.
Yeah.
With Pat 3 times on it in front of me.
Yeah, I pulled it up.
Because Yeah, because if anybody is curious about my workstation, I have a wall of noise where it's just like a collage of shit. But then on the other on the perpendicular wall, I have two pages and one print hanging. So, and one of those pages is a Kel McDonald Sorcery 101.
I mean, I after y'all's conversation earlier, I just figured Joe's like the Sorcery 101 person who
He's a
knows
super
where
fan. Joe's in
spiders
charge
are.
of the wiki. But
Yeah.
Just a bunch of Pat facts.
yeah, he only cares about Pat. Danny can go fuck himself.
Yeah. That's my gripe with Cal is that like Pat should have been the main character of the story. That's completely untrue.
Then so I'm trying to think of who else was a new character in Sorcery 101. Yeah, a lot of the characters in Sorcery 101 were in that original prose book. And to go back to how much did I have planned out, I had like an outline. And I had the end and I had like big events planned. And then the stuff that was sort of up in the air is every 3 chapters is a full moon. So sometimes I would have like a blank space and be like, I need to have a filler chapter so this full moon can happen. So I did count the full moons in Sorcery 101.
Oh wow. Yeah, because I suppose you really have to keep track of that since you are working.
You
with
don't
a lot of
actually.
werewolf
There's a lot of shows that don't. There's a million episodes of Buffy where Oz is out in the full moon, and he shouldn't be, but he is.
Well, I guess that speaks more about those writers than you.
True.
So I don't know what to say about that. Maybe that's a conversation to have with Seth Green's agent, who's just like, look, it's.
No, it's.
The purpose of being an actor.
It's a film mistake. They could have just not had that episode. Like they could have, I don't know, digitally altered the moon or something. Like so, it's not a full moon in the background.
Right. Right.
But then that's less epic.
Anyway,
I mean, it also kind of goes back into like the conversation that you've had multiple times, where it's just like the whole thing with werewolves and the moon is completely arbitrary.
Yeah.
That like we just haven't been able to get past. So.
But yeah, so most of the Connor Jeff stuff is the filler stuff, and but yeah, I did know Pat existed as a concept because since the mages in Sorcery 101 are supposed to be demon hunters and are like in a bigoted cult, I needed a reason why Allie was not in the prose book. And so, it needed to be far enough away from her that she wouldn't, like, get it secondhand. So Pat being her, like, great-grandpa is the explanation of, like, why there's that sort of break of them not keeping track of stuff. And one of the things I did change in City Between is, the mages are way more fascist in City Between. They're kind of fascist in Sorcery 101, and they're extra fascist in City Between. They're basically a eugenics cult in City Between. Yeah, I killed the conversation.
All good to know. Hey, you got another guest?
Alina canceled, so
We got
Bones
another guest
agreed
coming
to.
up pretty soon.
Yeah, Alina canceled,
Oh.
so Bones agreed to stay on longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've drawn Pat for Joe.
I want to hang out.
You can hang out longer too.
Yeah, I should get back to thumbnailing though, and like maybe once. I'll get out of here in a little bit.
Amanda's in the
thumbnailing
chat
is
going, "My
fun."
arrival is imminent."
Oh, sorry, Alina canceled. They're missing out.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. They had a doctor's appointment.
Who needs those anyways?
Yeah.
Well, Bones, what have you been up to?
Well, no, we're talking about Sorcery 101. That's what the stream's for. This is not catch-up time.
Bones, when was the last time you read Sorcery 101?
Well, I did try. I was trying to remember. So I read part of the ending. I want to say like yesterday, just to remember.
Yeah, how I'm a monster.
Yeah. It's like, and that's what I remembered. I was like, oh right, kills a monster,
Yes.
and oh man, no, it's actually I need to catch up on a lot. I will say, I think Sorcery 101, like, you were like, it probably wasn't one of like it wasn't like the first webcomic I read, but it was one of the first because I didn't really know about webcomics until I was at SCAD.
Oh, fun.
So yeah, it was one of those things where it was just like, wait, people post their comics online? I knew about like, because like at the time I was reading like illegal scanlations of manga on like LiveJournal, but it never occurred to me that people would post their I know, right?
Crimes. All crimes.
Post their originals, and I was like, oh, that is actually such a cool idea.
Gonna draw Bones' favorite character now. Put X's over his eyes.
Monster. No, not Sorcery 101 scanlations, Kevin. Those were the only comics I knew that were online, were illegal scanlations. So when I went to SCAD, I learned that webcomics were a thing.
I basically went to Anime Boston, was handing out or selling some of the little mini comic that I made, and was like, I need to figure out a way to distribute this for free and not have to pay printing bills. And Anime Boston had several webcomic people as a guest. I went up to one of them who did not have a line and said, "How did you put your comic online?" And wrote that down and basically followed what their instructions.
Do you remember who this creator was?
Yes, it was the creator of Dominic Deacon. Just another ancient webcomic.
You ever wonder where those people are these days?
Oh, he follows me on Blue Sky.
Nice. That's cool.
Does that webcomic still go?
I think he started a new one. But I haven't checked that one out.
Ooh. Ontario.
I just posted a message in the chat.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, like, look,
Amanda is typing.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying we could have kept this. I'm just saying you could have kept part of that story anonymous, and it would have been fine. I mean, you did.
But yeah, the guy who makes Dominic Deegan is very nice and follows me on Blue Sky.
Cool.
So yeah, then it was really just figuring out how to post shit online for free.
Yeah. And then if I remember correctly, you called it Keen Space earlier.
It was Keen Space, and then Keen Spot is the one where they were the quote unquote professional people.
Okay.
So basically, it's run by the same people. And so basically, if you were popular enough on Keen Space, they moved you to Keen Spot and started to pay you with ad money.
Gotcha. Okay.
Bones, I have some funny college stories about Sorcery 101. In one of the classes with Larison, I did the midterm where I think we have to draw that stupid Space Moby Dick story. Yeah, and he was looking at it, and we were doing that thing where it's like a slightly see-through piece of paper where you put your lettering on. And Larison was looking at it, and because the slightly see-through paper was obscuring it, he couldn't quite tell whose assignment he was looking at. And then he was like, "Oh, the lettering placement on this is really good. Like, whose is this?" And I said it was me. And then he was like, "Oh, well, you've drawn 1,000,000 pages, so this doesn't count."
That's just rude.
I think you were in that class.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
I remember one class, I think it was like really, really early on. I want to say it was one of like Lyle's first classes, where he got onto you for drawing in class.
Mm-hmm.
Your Sorcery 101 pages.
Yes, because my markers made a squeaky noise. That was the problem. Yeah, it was the problem wasn't the drawing. The problem was the squeaky noise the markers made irritated him.
Yes.
I was about to say, like, you're in school for comics and illustration, and then you get in trouble for drawing during class. It was like that's kind of
yeah. Because when I was drawing traditionally, I would have a blue marker rather than the blue pencil that I'm using to draw with now online. So, and it was like a Copic non-photo blue marker, so it would like make like a little squeak whenever it was up against the ruler. It was specifically, I was making my like perspective grid, and it made like a squeak against the ruler.
Oh man, yeah, that's like I think one of my like I remember it being one of the like really early classes.
Yeah, it's too early for
was
that
drawing
dang
for sequential?
squeak. Yeah, it was, and it was I think like
Oh, you meant
it was early in the morning, and it was one of the early
like,
classes.
were you were you guys taking the classes like when it was like at 8 in the morning? Because it used to be 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the classes used to be 9, 12, 3, and 6, and then they shipped them to 8, 11, 1.
Because they wanted to get that other 8 o'clock class in.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they wanted to put in that 8 p.m. one or something.
Yeah. I remember because I put all my classes on the same day, so I would get another
8, 11, 2, 5, and 8. That's what it was.
I intentionally put all my classes on the same day because I wanted a day off.
Yeah, I would try to do that too, but it's mainly so I could also work my job.
I did that once, and I didn't enjoy it too much. It's kind of weird, but it's...
I always like to zone in and focus on one thing. I don't like to change gears.
Right. Right. I think that whereas at the time I enjoyed changing those gears, but anyways, it's.
Bones, I'm drawing Brad for you.
see him.
slightly challenging because he has the same facial structure as Rebecca, but he's happy. Rebecca's design as an adult is she has the same facial structure as Brad, but she has curly hair like Allie, her mom.
Yeah, speaking of other universes and timelines, does that mean there's one where Brad's alive?
I'm sure if you can dream it in your fan fiction in your headcanon. He has strong opinions on The Last Jedi.
Not sure if I want to touch that, but all right.
So what, Cal, you've asked us our favorite stuff, and I know you're just starting, so you're going to be talking to people this whole time.
Yeah.
But what was one of your favorite things?
Well, Danny is very fun to pick on. I love throwing him through the ringer. I like that he's kind of a deadbeat. I also really like, so there's a part where Pat's friend Will is kidnapped. And this is sort of like an example of my favorite type of humor is something that doesn't make sense out of context. And there's a part where Danny and Pat are rushing to save Will, and Danny asks Pat what his plan is. And Pat says, my plan is to go in there and kill them all. And Danny says, that's not a proper plan, that's a Seth plan. And I really like that joke because that's a joke that only makes sense if you have read all of Sorcery 101 and have seen Seth not have good plans and mostly get through it because of he's just that powerful. Like there is a part where they need to like fight some mages and Seth is like, well, we got to get their attention. And they're like, well, how do we do that? And then Seth just breaks down the door and starts to shout that he's a big scary vampire and they should come get him.
Yeah, it sounds.
And so yeah, so it's only like the Seth plan versus a real plan like only works because people have seen Seth be horrible at plans. Seth's only good plan is why he made Danny immortal.
He had a plan? No, I'm just kidding.
He does. Seth's plan is that Danny dies if Seth dies, which Danny finds out in the middle of Sorcery 101. It is the only time fuck is used in Sorcery 101. And
saved it for a good.
Yeah, I saved it. So Danny, you have to have free will to learn sorcery. So he can't like make someone that he already controls learn sorcery. And since Danny was already interested in it, Seth connected him and Danny because now Danny has forever to learn, and sorcery is a thing where you just get better with practice. It's not a matter of skill, it's a matter of how long you practice it. So Danny is now immortal and needs Seth to be alive to stay immortal. So eventually Seth will have someone who is extremely powerful sorcerer invested in him continuing to live. So that is Seth's big master plan. But yeah, here's the pages I was talking about with how do we get in? And Seth says easy, and then he just breaks down the door. Hey, I'm a big bad vampire who's come here to kill you all, and then they all get arrested. And he's like, see, that was easy. My thought was always that Seth is bad at planning, but he's good at improv. So he never has a plan. He just has, I'll figure it out as I go along. And he is just strong enough to get away with that.
Sorry, just like Kevin, unless you purchase the fuck DLC pack for Sorcery 101.
Overlord used the little bits to tell us all to stretch. Everyone stretch. Make sure.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah. This is the thing I added after I was explained how to set them up. Another bit is I like everything with Seth and Connor, because it's Connor making bad decisions, and then slowly realizing why Seth is no good. He gets away mostly unscathed, but there's a part where he's trying to break up with Seth, or say, "Hey, I should stop being your booty call," and he's doing this while in his school uniform, which involves a tie, and while Connor is talking, Seth is slowly putting the tie between his fingers, and then when Connor's done, Seth chokes him with the tie.
And all the fangirls were happy?
No, because Connor is a child.
Oh, right, that's right, yeah.
I did point out to someone, if you go through Sorcery 101, most of the people that Seth hits on are teenagers. So, and it's more because they're easy to abuse and manipulate.
Yeah.
Let's see. I also like the chapter where Pat tries to kill himself. That was fun to do because it was mostly talking. And how do you keep that interesting visually?
Oh.
To the 22 panels.
Oh, right, the little
Yeah. I mean, like it's like the Wally Wood chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know the one I'm talking about.
The panels that always work. Here we go.
Yeah, it's 22 panels that always work when people are just talking.
Kel, which chapter was the hardest for you to draw, you think? Or the most challenging?
Oh, because writer me hates artist me. The last chapter of Sorcery 101 has a high-speed chase on a highway. Why did I write that? Why did I do that to myself?
That's so fun, though.
Alright, so here's the thing I was just talking about, where Connor's like, hey, we should not.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Oh, is this something that you're seeing on the stream?
Yeah, I pulled up the pages
Yeah.
where Seth is choking Connor.
I see.
I like all the pages where Seth is being evil. Seth was a lot of fun to write. Because he's just the worst.
Was he your favorite character to write?
I think Danny was my favorite. But like I said, I like to abuse Danny. And Seth was very good at that.
Goes hand in hand then.
Yeah, so Seth was a great device on abusing Danny. He is incredibly easy to draw because he's all angles. When I was recently rewatching the Heathers movie, I realized that clearly Christian Slater in that movie made an impression, because every time I have to draw like an evil asshole guy, I give him Christian Slater's eyebrows.
It is a look, so
Yeah.
Yeah. I always love it when stuff like that happens where you're like, oh, I can see the inspiration.
Bone Crusher Jank is saying that there's some powerful eyebrows. I also really like there's a scene toward the end of Sorcery 101. So the whole time, Seth in Sorcery 101 is the only vampire that can go out in the sunlight. And in the last chapter of Sorcery 101, right before the end, said high-speed chase happens, and they crash Danny's car. And Seth goes flying out the windshield because he did not wear a seatbelt. And he's fine, except...
he's not gonna die. So.
Yeah, he's fine, except his necklace comes off. And that's how Danny figures out the necklace is what lets Seth go in the sun. Because Danny is, like, busy throwing up. And Seth is staying behind a tree. And he's like, your necklace is over there. And
he's like, can you get it for me?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, it's over there.
It's like
and Seth is like, looks at it, and then doesn't immediately go get it, and he has to use a branch to pull it over.
It's either that or we can just wait here till the sun goes down.
Yeah. And they can't do that.
I mean, where'd you gotta go?
All right. 5 minutes.
Right. That's my cue. I'm gonna punk out. Kevin is joining up next, and it's always great to for anyone who gets to chat with Kevin. I'm jealous, but Kevin, I miss you. I'll talk to you soon.
Kevin, you can jump in whenever you feel like it. Bones, you are welcome to stay as I talk to Kevin. Or or you can go
Well,
off
I
and do
put
things.
my fan art in the group chat for you.
I will pull it up in a minute. I'm putting Kevin in as the guest.
Really cute.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Hey, everyone. This is
I have
I'm
to
tag teaming up.
Kevin Wilson, who designed my website. So, Bones, you're also
Yeah.
leaving.
Yeah, I have to go to the airport,
All right.
but I'll be back.
Bye, Bones.
My
Boy.
See you later,
Bye,
Bones.
Joe.
See you later, Kevin. See you later, Cal. Congratulations on Sorcery 101. I'll talk to y'all later.
yeah.
Hi, Bone Crusher.
Telling Amanda that she's on in 30.
I can see that.
Kevin.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right.
Um,
How are you?
All right. Drawing some things. I'm gonna show Bones' fan art. Kevin, who's your favorite Sorcery 101 character?
I think it is probably the few times when you're forced to draw a car or something like a car.
That's your favorite character. Forced cars.
That's my favorite character. The evil force that exists in the universe that forces you to draw something like a car once in a while. No, I think it's Jeff. There's definitely a lot of characters that have like a lot of different stuff that they do and like show up in different ways. Danny is super fun.
Yeah.
And I think that like you picked like a really good character to like have be your like force moving through the story and everything. But like you tend to write stories in a way that I can't always hang on the whole time,
it's too mean.
and I have to read slower. Yes.
Yeah.
You definitely like you know your shades of Blorbo.
Yes. The
Um,
darker shades of Blorbo.
the darker shades of Blorbo.
Monica Edgar goes, oh, that's why there's no cars on the City Between. Yes, City Between's a
Yes.
future where everyone has taken public transit and horses have gone extinct. They have died of being too hard to draw.
Yes, absolutely. like there's the dark energy of the universe, there's the light energy of the universe, and then there's the car killing energy of the universe that no one talks about.
We need that. It will help us with climate change.
Exactly. Like that is a force that I hope we can bring into our world. But it is a stronger force than the darker light energy in this world. In Keltopia. Because Kel, you've never named this world.
Right. Well, Sorcery, when I was talking with Bones and Joe, I did say they're different worlds. Got you. Because there are cars in Sorcery 101. That's how I learned how much I hate them. Got you. I mentioned to Bones asked what was the hardest chapter to draw, and the last chapter of Sorcery 101 involves a high-speed chase on a highway. Yep. And I hate it. Why did I do this to myself? Why does writer B hate artist B? I don't know. There we go.
Well, artist you can deal with it. Okay, so you may have explained this somewhere in the story, and my little pea brain is not powerful enough to remember it.
Yeah.
Danny shows up in Cities in Between, right?
No, he does not. He's not in Cities Between.
Oh, okay. Then I am misremembering something that you were talking about at one point about Danny.
Jeff and Connor are there, and so is Rebecca.
Okay.
I'm going to DM you a thing.
Oh, it's secrets. I
yes,
get
it's
extra
secrets
here, just for me. This is why you have to read Cities in Between.
You get
Sorcerer
secrets.
101.
You get secrets
to see the secrets.
But yeah, none of the main cast of Sorcery 101, except for Rebecca, is in City Between.
Okay, so knowing that,
yeah,
that is a hint towards something that will happen possibly later or not possibly happen later. But something that I'm interested in is um with the way that you wrote Sorcery 101, and you also went back and redrew pages of Sorcery 101.
Yes, don't do that. That's the way in which madness lies.
So did you have to redraw cars?
Yes, I did.
Do you like hate your younger self or your older self or something? Is there a part of you that is like mad at the future you?
Writer me clearly hates artist me, because that's, like I said, high speed chase. There's also that You Are the Chosen One page that's like a horse parade. And it's like, why did I do this to myself?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It's, you got to keep that tension there between writer self and artist self.
Saying there was a guy sitting at a table in a cafe who looked like Danny near the beginning of Cities Between.
Dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, it's a dark half.
Dark half
You're
trying
right,
to destroy the other. That's just because I have a set limited number of default faces that I reuse when I need to draw someone quick. Alright, I have drawn most of the boys. Now to draw Allie.
So, I have another question for you, Kel.
Yes.
When you're ready. What if you had to, what would Sorcery 201 be?
Danny being sad in his apartment. Because it ends with him like losing everything. So he would have to rebuild his life from scratch.
So like, because Sorcery 101 implies like a educational setting.
Yep, that's why it's a bad title.
Is there a lesson of Sorcery 101? Like what is the curriculum?
The lesson is
losing all your shit and getting destroyed?
Yeah, the lesson is put more thoughts in titles before you name comics. Because when people haven't read it, they do ask me. I did once get asked if Sorcery 101 is like a collegiate system. And I was like, no, there's no system. There's no Hogwarts.
It's about street knowledge.
Yeah, it's street knowledge.
Education of the streets.
That's why Danny's so bad at it, because he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yeah.
So would Sorcery 201 be that Danny actually has to learn something?
I mean, he learns a healing spell and a fire spell during Sorcery 101. Him taking so long learning is not because he's bad at it. It is just supposed to take that long.
Got you.
So Sorcery 201 would be Danny moves on to other spells.
He learns 3 spells.
Yes,
in Sorcery
he learns 2 more spells.
And then what would Sorcery 301 be? The final
graduation. He just kills Seth. He figures out a spell to kill Seth.
Yeah, he learns the kill Seth spell.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And dies in the process, because as determined, that's Danny needs Seth to be alive to keep living.
That's what he's just got to figure out how to clone himself and then have his clone kill them. Whatever needs to happen. So what would you say is the biggest surprise having gone over Sorcery 101? And like, was there anything that really threw you for a loop that happened in the moment or as you were planning that you're like, this completely destroys everything or switched everything around?
Not really, because I did plan pretty far ahead.
Yeah.
And
You're like a pretty slow burner planner who
Yeah.
like plans pretty far ahead, but was there anything that on contact with the internet or on contact with like, oh, I am doing this thing now that made you do like a really hard right turn?
No. I stuck to the. I
Got you.
stuck
So
to
you
the
were head
course.
game 400.
Yeah.
Your brain was all 50 lobes of your brain were working at the
Yes.
same time.
Yeah.
The whole
Well,
way.
so it was like if I was starting Sorcery 101 now, it would be structured differently. Because it's sort of rereading it and sort of in hindsight, like, what is Sorcery 101 about at its core? What is the main conflict for the whole series?
Yeah.
And the answer is it's Danny realizing that Seth is messing with his brain.
Yeah.
And so I would focus on that more earlier, because you kind of don't learn that it's possible until like halfway through. And while there are a few things that are like, it is a little weird that this happened, they're not that out of the ordinary. Like, Danny doesn't really react to Seth killing a lady right in front of him. And that is partly because Seth is fucking with his brain. But, like, by the time the possibility that Seth could be fucking with his brain comes up, like, people have forgotten about that. That was, like, 5 years ago. And so if I was writing it now, I would make it more obvious early on that that's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, like something that you've told me before in the past is that pacing is something that you learned when it came to like the cadence of webcomics and how you release things, versus like when you're building it in your brain.
Well, because it was, I didn't used to script. I used to just work from an outline and drew page to page. And I realized if I did page by page, I would let everyone yap for forever. And it wouldn't move the plot along. They'd just keep yapping. And that is entertaining in the moment, but like, eventually the plot has to move. And so writing things out to begin with, Monica, yeah, that's the thing, is it's supposed to be maybe the reader doesn't notice that that's what's going on. But it's supposed to be like a gray area that maybe like, when it is revealed, because when Danny does get Seth out of his brain, he does mention it, like, you did horrific shit in front of me, and like, so yeah, so it's supposed to be a thing that maybe in the moment neither the reader or Danny would notice that's weird that he would react that way. But also I wrote it when I was 17, 18, so it also, you know, could have been more obvious.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, then the other thing is, with a lot of webcomics, not just Sorcery 101, so I had mentioned while talking to Bones and Joe that I did count the full moons, like every 3 chapters is a full moon. And that led to there being filler. And I was actually thinking about it like a TV show, but the reason why filler works in anime or a TV show is you're getting the next part next week. So even if this is filler, it doesn't really matter. But filler in a webcomic or even in a graphic novel, that is so much time. Like, so it's kind of, I sort of learned to be more efficient with my storytelling. And because, yeah, people aren't yapping as much, but also, those filler stories kind of, not a lot of them go many places. A lot of the times the filler episode is Jeff and Connor fucking about. And having teen hijinks. And
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think, like, from my own experience, filler work in other pieces of media are often where you get like character development.
Yeah.
But I think that you're pretty good at trying to weave as much character development into literally everything. So you don't need the same. I think like you can't get the same sort of thing out of filler.
Yeah. And with
that same way.
And with City Between, because they're like self-contained stories, that is shooting for me to be more streamlined with the character interactions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still getting that sort of episodic thing that I liked about Sorcery 101.
Mm-hmm.
And that still scratches that itch, but without quote unquote wasting time.
Got you. That's really interesting, because like something that I've enjoyed knowing you as long as I have, and us talking so much about media and everything, is to hear about like things that you've noticed looking back on Sorcery 101. I have another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What would you think that the Kel in the beginning of Sorcery 101 and you now would disagree on the most about what you did in Sorcery 101?
Should tone down the pervy jokes.
Early Kel was like, hell yeah, just go all for it.
Well, because I watched too much anime, and anime in the early aughts always had that pervy character, and it's kind of like what that says about Danny doing some of the things he does in Sorcery 101 is inappropriate and gross. He hits on a 16-year-old in the first chapter.
Oh my god. So if beginning Kel was to have completed Sorcery 101, Danny would have turned into that like grape-headed character from like My Hero?
No, he was more Moroku, because I liked Moroku a lot.
Got you.
So he wasn't useless the way Grapehead character is. So Moroku's hot. That's the key difference.
Got you. Got you. Okay.
And so yeah.
But Danny isn't tall. Like
No.
that's something you said before, is that like the taller you are, the hotter you are in Sorcery 101, right?
Yes. That's
that's another force of the universe in
because
Sorcery 101,
Danny
right?
sucks. That's why he's short.
Oh, got you. Okay, so in Sorcery 201, Danny would learn how to get taller with a spell.
Yes,
is that
clearly.
Got you. I see. Good. That's so fun, because like the journey of the story, as you go through it, you can feel how not only have you gotten more experience with storytelling and you like get a better understanding of like how to get to your goals and everything, but like there is some jumps in terms of like
But Crusher Jenks saying a giant shows up and it's all hubba hubba.
That's why there's no giants in the world, isn't that?
There's no giants in the world. Connor is 6'6". That's he wins.
He's the tallest?
Yes.
There's no supernatural giants in the story because they'd be too hot, is that right?
Yeah,
like
clearly.
You wouldn't be able to stop yourself from making pervy jokes?
Clearly.
Yes, they'd be too hot. They distract
but
all
so
the 3D
it's
chess
less
thing, like
it's less tall equals hotness and more how tall a character is probably how much I like writing them.
Got you. Okay. So if we needed to distract you like a moth to the flame, we'd make a
Because like
tall
Seth is fun
character
to write,
next to a
and
small
City
character.
Between Connor's fun to write. My
Mhm.
tallest is who I want to show up and make snarky jokes. The
Yeah.
only
So like a tall jerk ass.
the only exception to this rule is Brad is very nice and Brad is tall.
Gotcha.
Really, Brad is tall because I visually like a tall and a small hanging out. So since Brad hangs out with Danny and Allie, his scenes are either with Danny or they're with Allie, and both Allie and Danny are the same height. So it is visually interesting to me to have Brad, who is 6'1", next to Danny, who is 5'6".
Is there anything in the creation of Sorcery 101 that you like feel like you learned like a huge jump in terms of like production?
Well, I learned that I hate coloring.
There you go.
Here we go. I'm getting linked to a page where someone looks like Danny. That guy in the calf, he does not have Danny's broken nose. He has a nose closer to Allie's nose. Danny has kind of a hook nose.
Oh, yeah. Is that Danny's like twin?
No, that's just I needed to fill up that calf with random people. So Monica, what I'm saying is Danny's nose is like this. And that guy's nose I drew like this. So even though they have the same facial hair, also that guy has straighter hair than Danny. Danny has kind of curly hair.
So that's Manny.
That's just some guy.
What are you working on right now?
I'm just sketching Sorcery 101 characters while we talk. So, I've sketched Danny, Brad, Allie, Pat, and Seth, and now I am sketching Connor. So this is Sorcery 101 Connor, so he is younger.
Another good question that I've had that I've not asked you ever is, what made you pick supernatural as a genre?
I like werewolves. I've always liked werewolves. I liked wolves as a kid, and then that turned into liking werewolves, and that's it. That's it. I just think they're neat.
But like, people try to sneak werewolves into other genres like sci-fi or whatever by making up different things.
I never really liked sci-fi as a kid. It might be because TV sci-fi is frequently about government agencies. And I think guns are boring, and I don't like military-based sci-fi. And unfortunately, a lot of sci-fi at the time, at least on TV, is stuff like Stargate, where the military is running around doing military things. So I frequently did not jive with sci-fi stuff as a kid. The exception being Star Wars, because my mom showed me Star Wars when I was tiny because she had a crush on Harrison Ford.
Well, that's also like science fantasy, which blends different stuff together.
I think it was jargon, bogging things down with jargon annoyed me.
Got you.
And all the stuff that I really got into was fantasy based. So like I really liked gargoyles as a kid. I did like the X-Men. That's sci-fi. But again, like that's a sci-fi where like they evolved into mutants. End story. We're done with jargon.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's just kind of that's why I don't really like zombie stories, because a lot of at least modern zombie stories try to be like, oh, it's a virus and it spreads this way, and it's like, I don't care, just tell the story.
Yeah, you're very character focused
Yeah.
from our conversations.
Character focused, or like how people feel focused. Like I like stories that are also like big picture society stories, but not like the minutia of how this works. It's more I like the how do people react to this thing. So the sci-fi that I did end up finding and enjoying as an adult are things that Monica, I like Star Trek now. I did not like it as a kid. And probably because I just watched episodes that were not suited to my taste. Also, Star Trek was on the same time as Buffy, and I had to watch Buffy.
But what, and also you've been, in our conversations, you've been talking a lot about like Star Trek Lower Decks and like other things that have like really strong character work for you. I get the sense of.
Well, so like when I did finally get around to watching Star Trek, I always wondered not how does the transporter work, but it seems like every other episode the transporter goes wrong. Is anyone afraid of the transporter? And then a Barclay episode comes up, and Barclay is terrified of the transporter. And I'm like, he's justified, and I appreciate that they answered my idle question. It's like, I don't care how the replicator works. I want to know, is replicator food considered vegan? Yeah, Barclay did nothing wrong. I like the Barclay episodes because they always answered my dumb society questions. Same with DS9. Like, I did wonder, what does someone do if they don't join Starfleet? And DS9 gives me Jake Sisko being a writer who kind of does nothing. And I was like, yeah, okay, that checks out. So it's I'm less into the techno babble and more into like, but tell me about society. So that's why Supernatural and werewolves. And I think I never really got into high fantasy, mostly because I watched a lot of TV as a kid, and budgetary concerns makes a show like Buffy easier to make than a show like Xena.
Yeah.
And so I just ended up consuming more supernatural stuff. And like I said, werewolves are neat.
Do you think, is there any particular element of the supernatural that you wish that you could have put into Sorcery 101 but didn't have room for it?
Hold on. First, I'm going to answer Monica Egger's question. Do werewolf vampires exist
in
Sorcery 101 City Between? No, because I did not like hybrid creatures. I thought they were always overpowered and broke the stories in ways that were really dumb. So I specifically are like, it's impossible and it will never happen. Amanda is on deck. I'm going to tag Amanda.
Cool.
All right, Amanda. But yeah. Okay, now your question.
Well, now it makes me realize that like the rules must work like it does in that Scooby-Doo movie or episode or whatever it was, where the vampires and werewolves are biting each other and turning into each other.
That is a
Like,
Ghostbusters episode, and I do know exactly what you're talking about.
Got
Yeah.
you.
But yeah.
So that's how it would work, is that if
No,
a vampire
no,
bit a
no.
werewolf, they turn into a vampire but lose their werewolf?
Yeah, basically.
My question was if there was any kind of supernatural thing that you wish that you were able to put into Sorcery 101, but because of how you were plotting it so intensely and everything, it just didn't fit. Wouldn't make it.
There's a couple of weirder phase things that I'm like, oh, this is neat, but it does not fit in Sorcery 101 land.
Yeah. Gotcha. Can you give a hint of what those things are? Because you know a lot about like fairy and fae.
Oh, it's more like the very specific types of fae, because there's you know, like stuff like Jenny Green Teeth or like Kelpies or whatever.
Yeah. Those are fun. I definitely would like to see how they would interact with the rest of like how your supernatural creatures and everything operate in Sorcery 101.
They don't work.
But I like how everything came together.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I just read Monica's comment about transfusions. Do you think that anything could ever pull you back into Sorcery 101 to do like a zine or a small story or something?
No, it's done. Everything that I liked about Sorcery 101 is now in the City Between.
Got you.
It's done. It's over with.
Fun. You got to rate it.
Gotta stretch again.
Good.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that I like that was in Sorcery 101 that I regret that I can't do in City Between, because City Between right now, like, because I did my rule of you know, nothing's canon until it actually shows up. Hi, Amanda. Amanda is here now.
Hello.
I'm going to change the header. Talking to Amanda.
If my audio is
You're
too
good.
quiet, please let me know.
You're good.
My microphone broke right before I joined. I mean, my microphone arm. The arm that holds my microphone just broke, so I'm using a little desk stand now, and I was like, well, shit.
Amanda, how do you spell your last name? I'm very sorry.
It's over 10 years. Okay, you know what? My girlfriend doesn't know how to spell my last name either. It's fine. Lafrenias.
Oh, I spelled it correctly. I just wasn't sure.
I usually know. Kill asked how to spell my name. Oh.
Yeah, there's City Between is, like I said, it's just so I can take everything that I liked about Sorcery 101 and change what I don't like. Amanda, who is your favorite Sorcery 101 character? I've killed Amanda.
Yes, Brad.
Brad, okay.
Here's the thing. We've had this conversation. I read Sorcery 101 once, and I didn't repeat read it because there's too many dudes in your comic. We've had this conversation.
Too many dudes. That's why I thought you were going to say Allie. No one says Allie.
I mean, here's the thing. Of all the he's like the most like I hope good things happen for him.
And then I'm a monster and I killed him.
Yes. Yes. Like, listen, I'm not a fan of so many dudes, but if I had to pick a character among all the dudes, he's the one I feel the worst. I'm like, God, I hope shit works out for him. And then I'm like, oh man.
Yep.
Oh.
Kel knew.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, oh, this is an opportunity to drag my girlfriend again.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Get ready. So, you did, yeah, prepare your ass. Anyway, so I had a revelation today. So when I got with her, so she is an old school webcomic fan. Yeah, you see where this is going. And when I started telling her about all my different friends, she was like, oh, I used to read their comic. I love that comic. Sorcery 101 was one of them. And I realized I listed off a bunch of friends, and it occurred to me she did not read my webcomic.
Amanda,
I'm not actually offended. I just think that's
Amanda,
hilarious.
one of my favorite details about your webcomic is you took all your friends' webcomics and decided they were TV shows in the Love Me Nice universe.
Yes. I wanted to explore that more, and it was one of those things that like I never got to, and I was so mad about it. I mean, I can still do it, but like, yeah, no, there were gonna be scenes at different studios and shit. And I was just like, oh, I wanted to get to those bits. Again, I think you were about to bring up in one of my scenes, there's background with that has I think Brad and Reagan.
No,
from,
it's Danny and Reagan.
Templar.
Danny is in a headlock.
Danny and Reagan. Oh, then I got yeah. That's right.
I did use your comic. Yesterday I did the fun drawing backgrounds panel, and I posted your Love Me Nice panels that had all the webcomic cameos. Monica
That's right.
Edgars
Danny's the one I felt the worst for. Brad pissed me off a lot.
Okay, so Danny was your favorite. Monica.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm bad at. Sorry, it's been a while. Danny, I felt bad for. Brad frequently pissed me off.
Because he's a sad sack?
Yes. I felt bad for Danny. Brad pissed me off. I wanted to put Connor. Danny's the main character. And then I wanted to take Connor and put him in a little box. And just keep him there for a bit. He just needed to be in a box for a bit.
He did. Monica Edgars is asking Amanda, what is your webcomic? Amanda used to do a comic called...
it was Love Me Nice.
Yes. Love Me Nice. Amanda is about to start a new
it went on hiatus a lot.
Yeah.
And it still is unfinished. So it was like, someday I'm going to come back to it. And someday hasn't happened yet.
Amanda's about to start a new webcomic. That's her Sonic fanfiction.
Sort of. I mean, it started out as like a Sonic fan comic, but then it was like, I refuse to give Sonic this kind of energy. It hasn't earned it.
Yeah.
Being a Sonic fan is pain and suffering. And I won't do it anymore. So instead, I'm going to make my own Sonics that are gay, aren't afraid to be whimsical, and the main characters don't have to be static because they have to, like, this is a corporate character for a corporation, and it has to stay the same forever. Growth is not allowed. If you want to have character growth, we have to make up an entirely new fucking character.
So Amanda and I met...
thanks to your webcomic, honestly.
Thanks to webcomics. We used to both be in a webcomic IRC that was a bunch of webcomic creators chatting.
Yep, I remember. So I had started drawing what became my webcomic when I was in high school, and I just like, well, I want to put this online, and a bunch of people were like, oh, well, what you want to make is a webcomic, and I was like, a what?
A webcomic.
And that was like in 2009 ish.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got pointed in the direction of a few webcomics to read, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I got pointed in the direction of I think Something Awful, and then the IRC.
Yes.
And I just sort of like was like tiptoed in there, and I was like, hey.
Bye, Kevin. Have a good one.
Bye,
Have a good one. Have a good one. It was awesome talking to you. Congratulations on Sorcery 101's anniversary. Have a good one, everybody. Bye.
Monica said that she rereads because it's necessary to make sense of the city between. My brain does not hold 10 years of comics. I try to make the city between's stories stand alone for the most part. I do try to find one or two people that have not read the other stories when I'm writing the script. Because I realized volume ones of books sell a lot better than volume whatever of a book. I have been successful in that the city between all the books kind of sell at the same rate. I'm glad you're rereading it because that's good. But I do try to make sure that you don't need to. I have to ban somebody. Throbbing. Okay. But yeah, Amanda was there when way back in the before time of the internet, before the social medias took over. And you do like custom code for your website, right?
Yeah, my website's originally, when I first made mine, it was using WordPress, and it was a webcomic like plugin. And I can't remember what it was called, but I used that, but I heavily like customized it. Then I switched to another one. I think it was, I can't remember the names of them anymore, but the problem with WordPress is WordPress kept pissing me off because like all I wanted was a webcomic. And it came with all these things I didn't need, and it was bloated, and every time it would update, something would happen and my comic would like break, and I'd like, God damn it.
I mean,
so after that I made a site from scratch.
I still use WordPress, but that's because the one that I use is not Comic Press, it's Webcomic plugin. And I like it because it made having multiple webcomics on a site easier.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it has I'm sure it's great for other people. I can't anymore. I need like complete control over every little tiny fucking thing. So that was my solution. I'll just make it from scratch. And I used the bones of that to make the new webcomic site for my new webcomic. It's the same thing, it's just better. Better than my old one. Because all my shit is technically on the same site. Like the new comic is actually on the hosting for Love Me Nice and stuff.
But like, Amanda, I barely got time to upload stuff to schedule the mirror on Webtoon. I ain't got time to build custom shit.
No, I understand. No, I am gonna, when I'm done release, I'm gonna share my code and like how you actually use it, because it's really, really simple. It's not, you can't schedule shit. That is the downside. You cannot schedule shit.
Monica, that is intentional. There is not a whole lot of reference to Rebecca in City Between as the little girl in Sorcery Go to One. She has a different last name. Because Wolf is too silly and too on the nose a last name. Amanda, Overlord is telling us to stretch. They've redeemed their points to stretch, telling us to stretch.
Wait, someone's telling us to stretch?
Yes.
I just got here. I don't gotta move.
Well, I'm stretching.
Fair, valid even.
What if your girlfriend stretches for you?
Stretch if you want to. I don't care.
But yeah, so
you were talking about like how you redrew your comic.
Yes.
You doing that is one of the key reasons I will never advocate for that, because I remember being in Skype calls while you were doing it.
Oh yeah, no, that's the way in which pain and suffering lies, and no one should do that.
The suffering. I was like, I will never do this to myself.
The hardest part...
I will never let anyone else do this to themselves.
The hardest part of that, Amanda, was that while I could fix the art, I couldn't really fix the writing. Because I was seeing writing things that I didn't like, that I could not fix. Because that would then fuck up the continuity of the whole comic.
Yeah.
So, like, that made it more frustrating to redraw than probably if someone was completely starting from scratch. Overlord, basically, when I started my webcomic, I was a child. I was 17. So
Heavy.
I did not know what print resolution was. And saved all of my comic pages at web resolution, which is no good. Don't do that. So I had to redraw 400 pages of Sorcery 101 in order to put books out. Those books are on sale right now, by the way. 20% off if you use the coupon code Happy Birthday. Please purchase them.
Validate their efforts.
Yes, please go purchase them.
Because that took you a long time, and that was a lot of like pain and gnashing of teeth. I remember the gnashing of the teeth. Yeah, see, after that, aside from, unless it's like a print issue, which you were dealing with, I've seen people for whom it's not a print issue that just says, well, I just don't think the art in the early pages is very good. I'm like, haha, leave it.
Leave it. It will always
leave
never
it. It's a
be
part
good
of it is a part of history now. Leave it. Unless you have some like issue where like, oh, I can't print this. But even then, these days there's some pretty good upscaling options.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, if you can't get the upscaling options to work, don't.
Yeah.
Or the re-ink it, and it's actually easier to upscale like colors than it is to upscale inks. That's another thing you can do, is maybe you could re-ink it but save the colors and just upscale them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, there's way better options these days. Like if it's just, well, I don't think the old art's very good. Too fucking bad. Early like superhero comics don't have great art compared to some of their later issues, and it's a part of history now. That's your history. Embrace it.
Yeah. Thank you for buying the book, Monica.
Speaking of book,
yes,
I have bone to pick with you for the format of your book.
Oh, it's awful. That was a mistake, and I shouldn't have done that. That's the reason why Sorcery 101. The formatting things I learned from doing Sorcery 101. I do not like coloring. Also, horizontal is a horrible format, and I never want to do that again.
Horizontal is a fine format for a certain thickness of book. Not your book. That is a fat... In fact, it has a place of honor on my shelf because I can't get it to fit in with my other books on my shelf. And I was originally going to either donate it or put it in storage. She's like, well, I know, Kale, if I ever want one of these again, I could just it'd be so easy to get one again. And my girlfriend was like, no, we need that. Save that. So now it has a place of honor because, again, my girlfriend's a Sorcery 101 fan.
Amanda, I will say, I'm glad Danny has a little cameo in Love Me Nice because you draw him so cute. Um,
I know. I drew him once for like I think for the back of one of your books.
yeah, it's in the
I
back
think
of
it was that
volume
book.
1.
Yeah, it is in the back of that one.
Yeah.
No, he's a fun dude to draw. As far as dudes go, he's a fun dude to draw.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's easy to draw fan art of your characters because they have such very specific structure to their face. I think if you have your own unique style, that's I think easier to do fan art like than someone who has a more a softer style. I think it's way easier to do fan art when it's like this is the face shape of his face. It's like okay, I draw that, but in my way.
I was on a co-op.
Is Love Me Nice all women? It is not. There are male characters, but most of them are like cartoon animals.
Yeah. Love Me Nice is about like a Who Framed Roger Rabbit type world where cartoon characters are actors.
Yeah, that was also baby making a comic in high school, making lots of writing and art mistakes. That's very. I'll make my own Roger Rabbit. It's so deep. Oh my god, this is shallow as shit. 10 years later, I'm like, oh no, this is some shallow shit.
But yeah, I was on a draw together thing for the cartoonist co-op. Monica Edgar's Roger Rabbit is a very good movie. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? I would recommend it. It's really good mix of live action and animation. It's kind of a funny noir story, but with cartoons. So I was on a co-op like group draw stream thing, and we were all drawing fan art for each other. And when it came to be my turn, people were drawing Jeff, and I was like, well, the key to drawing Jeff is that he's all squares. And Nero was sort of in the middle of his drawing, and then was like, oh, he is all squares. Like, they didn't realize, like, until they were drawing him that he's, like, all squares. He's even more squares now than in Sorcery 101, because his beard squares out his face even more. But yeah, like, Connor's an upside-down teardrop. Like I said, Jeff is all squares. And Danny's very round.
Danny round.
Yeah, he round.
He is very round. At least relative to your characters, you have very your characters have like, I call it faceted faces.
Mm-hmm.
Like where it's very obvious. Like if you were to draw lines on them, like they were low poly characters, your characters would have very faceted faces. Does that make sense?
I don't know. No, I don't know what you mean.
They have very clearly defined angles and shapes to their faces. So like, okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It's also one of my big influences is Glenn Keane, so he also does that. So makes sense. Why did I murder Brad? Because the werewolf always dies at the end. And I wanted to ruin Danny's life.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yep.
The cops are coming for me.
Oh no. They're coming for me too, because I'm a murderer. I murdered Brad.
Apparently. Ah, shit. Did I forget the face? Damn it.
Amanda, draw me some fan art.
Right now?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have enough time. I will do it today.
Okay. You don't have to.
Because, no, I wouldn't mind. Like, honestly, if I had prepped, but today's been weird.
Did you see what Bones posted in the chat?
I forgot to eat food, and it gave me the shakes.
Oh no! Did you see what Bones posted?
Smart.
If you scroll up.
Yes, the fan art of the baby.
The family, yeah.
The family.
The family that I destroyed.
Yes, it's very cute. That you tore apart.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I to this day very thank your webcomic expertise. Because that's how we became friends,
Yeah,
and
me
then
helping you.
it's also how I avoided many mistakes that I could have made myself. I'm still very fond of taking our book. When I used to live in Portland, we would take our books like to physical stores a few times. That was fun.
I stopped doing that. I was like, I don't got the effort to do that, and they don't usually
Here's
sell
the thing:
there.
I never went back to those stores. So if they stole my books, I have no idea. I never went back. I left. I'm not on that coast anymore. So like, oh well, if they sold them, I'll never know.
I think they emailed me to be like, come get them, but I was like, no, they can just stay there. I got enough copies of Sorcery 101. Fun story about, so White Squirrel fulfills my store. So if you buy things, you are getting mail from White Squirrel. You are not getting mail from me. And I was the first person that they charged a storage fee for, because all their customers before that, or clients before that, mostly just sold prints or pins or things that are very tiny. And when I asked them, hey, how much does storage cost? And they were like, oh, we'll do it for free. And then I thought about how I had 2 storage units full of books, one of which full of just Sorcery 101. So I counted everything, and then I sent them an email that was like, hey, you saying that storage was free makes me think you don't realize how many books I'm about to bring. And then I gave them a detailed report of my inventory, and they were like, oh, I do think we need to charge you. And I'm like, that's what I assumed. This is what I currently pay for storage. Can you just charge me the same amount? And they agreed to that. But it was just very funny that I was like, they don't know what's coming.
You know what? I said I didn't need to stretch, but I do need to stretch. Oh, actually, I was gonna ask you. I have more scenes where I need a few more humans in the background. Would you donate me a human?
Oh yeah, you can take all my humans.
No, pick one for me.
Jeff, because he's all squares.
Okay, Jeff, because he's all squares. All right, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, because in the webcomic I'm working on, there's like a scene where there's lots of different humans and animal people that will never be seen again. So I'm just trying to cram it full of, because it's the only opportunity to have certain cameos, because like it's just going to be in this one place. This is it. This is the one chance. Everyone else after this, humans disappear.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again except once. That was a sticker? Sorry. While we've been talking, I have been disassembling for parts the microphone arm that broke on me. And I just realized something that I thought was a metal fixing was a sticker. God, this thing was cheap. Anyway. But yeah.
I never sold stickers. I don't think I got the knack for cutesy merch.
Yeah, it can vary. Like, it just varies. Like, I think I told you the story about when I was selling Love Me Nice merch. I made keychains and they sold, but which characters sold where would vary wildly. I would go to like an anime show, and Carolina, who is like the dog with the star eyes, would sell really well there. And I went to this one show called Comic Palooza in Houston, where a bunch of little boys ran up to my table, and one of my characters is a monkey, and in his keychain he was drinking a beer, and they were like, oh my god, that monkey's drinking a beer. That's like the funniest, coolest thing I've ever seen.
Love
And then they
monkeys
disappeared, and I
drinking
was like,
beers.
yeah, love monkeys drinking beer. Then they disappear. And then they come back with the rest of their soccer team who was apparently there. And they just all bought. I have never sold that many of that one fucking keychain. And they were basically bought out. And I'm sitting there like, they only wanted that because it was a monkey drinking beer.
Part of me wonders, was the monkey the mascot for their soccer team?
I don't think so, because this was not.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think this was a bunch of little boys who were very easily impressed.
I had someone at a convention see my banner that has Danny on it. They pointed it and they said, "He's hot. Tell me about him." And then I've also recently been asked at conventions, because Sorcery 101 Volume 2 has that like drawing of like Seth using like magic blood to tie Danny up. Kind of has a BDSM vibe.
I mean, yeah.
And someone asked, "Is this gay?" And I was like, I mean, there's homoerotic subtext, but if you want the gay to be text, read The City Between.
It's like, look, you're gonna have to pay the gay tax.
Yeah. Monica is saying that Seth is hot. Seth is like the sharp cheekbone lad squad.
I'm gonna be real. Didn't like seeing his face. Not because of his face, but just because of his whole thing.
Because he awful.
Yes. Very much, yes. And I think that was honestly, when I was reading it, that was usually my reaction. I'm like, oh, this fucker again.
Yeah.
God damn it. Because I don't know why. So here's my thing. I think I'm not into certain tones in stories.
Yeah.
And yours was kind of pushing it. So whenever he would come along, I'd be like, oh, right, it's that kind of story. God damn it. Here he is to ruin everything. Like, he wasn't like, you know, the key ruiner of things, but sure, he really didn't help. Like, oh man, it's this fucker again.
Speaking of Seth, our next guest is Jay Edidin, who was the first person to give me a professional critique on Sorcery 101, and their comments on Seth is, Seth is cool, but he's almost too cool. He's just a motorcycle and a katana away from being the most over-the-top character in comics.
Oh no, he was your Shadow the Hedgehog.
He was Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh. He was your Shadow the Hedgehog. It all comes back to Sonic one way or another.
I can't believe you still have those notes.
I just remember that line. I don't remember what the rest of the critique was. I just remember the katana and motorcycle away.
I mean, he's distinctly, he's got a very White Wolf vibe.
Yeah. Which is funny.
Or at least a very White Wolf wannabe vibe.
Which is funny, because I have never engaged in White Wolf anything. And actively go against it. That well has been poisoned. I've been asked multiple times if I have played Vampire the Masquerade or any White Wolf related things. And I was like, no, I got too many notes of people telling me that my vampires weren't the way vampires are supposed to work.
Before I go.
Yes.
There's one Kel/Sorcery 101 related fact relevant to me. And this is more wolves.
Yeah.
So, my inheritance, according to my mom, is a bunch of wolf statues. And I have already decided, if I do in fact inherit these wolves, I'm sending them all to Kel.
Amanda's mom has the same taste in media and decorations as I did when I was 11.
Yes. And she used to said, this is your kingdom someday. And I was like,
repaint them and sell them at conventions.
Can make sparkle dogs.
Everyone
out
needs
of
a
them.
everyone needs a psychedelic candy-colored wolf statue.
Yeah, share the
God.
sparkle dogs.
Look, Kel gets first dibs. That's all I'm saying. All right, y'all have fun.
Hello, Jay. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Absolutely. I almost forgot because it has been a very, very rocky toddler bedtime.
Oh.
And I sat down and then I saw your blue sky post and I was like, oh shit, I need to go plug in my computer. And I did.
That is partly why I asked them. I scheduled them to go up 5 minutes before, to give people a warning. But yes, Jay, I do remember that one line of the critique. I don't really remember the rest. But that line stuck.
Good, because I don't either.
Yeah.
It's God, how long has it been? It's been like nearly 20 years.
Yeah, so, because I sent it to you, I think in either the second or third year of Sorcery 101, so it's like 19 or 18 years.
It's a lot.
And so for the other folks in chat watching, Jay also eventually became the editor of Sorcery 101. Jay was the only one that understood my very stealth Mary Sue joke in Sorcery 101. It went over everyone else's head, Jay. You were the only one that understands
That's so sad
me.
because it was really funny.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Danny's daughter has purple eyes and is cursed to be good at everything. Her curse is that she is a Mary Sue.
But it's actually a clinical condition within the world of Sorcery 101, which is what's funny
being
about it.
a Mary Sue is a clinical condition in the Sorcery 101 world. Jay, who is your favorite Sorcery 101 character?
Oh damn, that's hard. Now I can't remember her name. Brad's daughter.
Rebecca.
Rebecca. I like Rebecca.
Who's now the star of Glass Diamonds and was the star of
Yes.
Fame and Misfortune.
She's much younger in Sorcery 101.
Yes, she is 6. And therefore a pain
But
to draw.
I like Rebecca, and I like Danny. I like Danny as a protagonist because he is flawed in incredibly effective and believable ways.
I was talking...
And I tend to like protagonists whom I also want to yell at to get their shit together.
I know.
So Danny is
fun
right in there.
He's fun to torture. I was saying earlier when Bones and Joe were on as the guests is originally when I was making Sorcery 101, it's actually sort of a kind of sequel to a prose book I wrote and never did anything with, where Brad is the main character. And Danny's the main character of Sorcery 101 because I liked him better. So part of why they came in more fully formed than other characters in just starting out comics is because I wrote a whole book about them.
Have you ever thought about revisiting that?
No. I did, like, in the past, but then, like, rereading it, it's like there's some stuff in here that doesn't quite work, and a lot of it is stuff that is acknowledged as things that happened in Sorcery 101, so I was like, that means that, like, I would have to change the canon of Sorcery 101 to fix this story, and also City Between is now it's got everything I like about Sorcery 101 in it, but doesn't have any of the stuff I dislike.
Nice.
So
more generally, have you ever thought about revisiting that format?
I hated writing prose, which is why I moved to comics. I would much rather draw
Fair enough.
than write prose. I might do something short that's going to be like an in-world bit of prose, but nothing really longer than that. Because, like I said, I'm not the hugest fan of the act of sitting down and writing prose. also, folks in the chat, Jay wrote a short story that's at the end of the second omnibus of Sorcery 101.
I did. It's really sad if you read it after the rest of the comic.
Yes, because it's...
And otherwise, it's just kind of funny and sweet.
Yeah, it's a funny and sweet story about Brad and his daughter Rebecca and doing superhero-y playtimes. And so it's fun to read that right after he gets murdered and it's his funeral. It adds an extra dimension.
Yes, Meredith McLaren drew it.
Yeah.
And it's made it way, way better than it could have been.
And also Meredith McLaren was unaware that I was going to kill Brad. Meredith found out I was going to kill Brad after that story was already done, and I sent her the comp copy. Also, a fun thing on that is I had to explain to Meredith that it was still 2006 in Sorcery 101 world, so they cannot have a flat screen TV. It's the nature of webcomics is they are accidentally become period pieces the longer they go on. I remember toward the end I had to look up, like, wait, was this thing out when in 2006? Because I wanted to...
At least, an advantage of setting things in the past rather than the future, though, at least. You don't have to anticipate.
Yeah. It was, someone was like, wanted to give them a smartphone, and then was like, oh, wait, they can't have a smartphone. Those weren't common yet.
No. Did they even exist in 2006? I guess they must have. There were. I remember.
Yeah.
Someone I knew having a Trio.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a smartphone actually. It was like the smart part of the non-phone parts of a smartphone.
Connor. Connor was the one I wanted to give a smartphone to. I was like, he's a rich kid. That might work. And then it's like, no. So he has a BlackBerry instead. So the fact that he's a teenager who has a BlackBerry, like, speaks volumes.
Yes. To both richness and relative anal retentiveness.
Yeah. I'm sketching while we talk. So
I am knitting.
Sketching Seth choking Danny. Because that's always what the people want. Weird, dubious consent shipping with Danny and Seth was always the main ship in the fan base of Sorcery 101.
Do you have you? I know you're not supposed to say if you have, but is there like a substantial body of Sorcery 101 fanfic?
Not substantial. There's like a couple. Mostly it's fan art that I got of Seth and Danny. So not that many fics.
Did people send you explicit fan art?
Yes. I mean,
that's so weird.
Not explicit, like you can't see anything, but like,
okay.
Suggestive.
It's less weird.
Slightly less weird.
On the scale of such things. It's much, I mean, it's not so much that that's not weird as that sending actual porn of someone's characters to them is super weird.
Unless they ask.
I think.
Yeah, unless they...
Well, yeah, if they request it, that's different.
Yeah.
But yeah, people listening, don't send unsolicited porn to anybody.
Yeah.
It's a bad plan.
Oh, Jay, it's been so long since Sorcery 101 started.
It has. It's been 1 million years.
Yeah, 9 million years.
So long.
Also,
you were still in college when we met.
Yes, because I started Sorcery 101 in high school.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like a sophomore in college when we first were chatting. And then we had I was talking to Amanda about how horrible it is to have to redraw pages and how no one should do that ever for their sanity.
No.
Also earlier I was explaining the difference between between Sorcery 101 and City Between is 616 Marvel Universe versus 1616 Marvel Universe. That's the ultimate. Is Ultimate Universe 1616?
I don't.
No, I'm wrong.
I'm ashamed of this. I don't actually know the universe designation. I thought it was 8 something, but I could be entirely wrong.
I think I remember.
I'm gonna look it up right now, 'cause
there
this is gonna
being.
bug me.
I remember there being 16s because it was like, oh, it's like 616, but different. For those in the chat who don't know, Jay is the host of Jay and Miles Explain the X-Men.
It's 1610.
Okay, 1610. So I was close. A few worlds off.
You were.
Bone Crusher Jank is saying in the chat that the first iPhone had just come out in 2006. Still better that Connor has a BlackBerry rather than a smartphone because, well, he's rich.
He's rich, but I don't know that he's that rich.
Yeah, he's a senator's son, so maybe.
So I guess access to new technology is more likely.
Yeah. His backstory is that his parents had him because families poll better.
Ooh.
And when he came out to his parents, they were like, "That's great. We can use that to get the gay vote." And that's why he is anal retentive and screwed up.
That'll do it.
And why he knows a lot about good optics in City Between, because that part is still canon. That's his upbringing. His parents mostly had him as a tool to advance his father's political career.
Yeah, so he is a PR baby.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a word for that.
Yeah.
For a child.
Monica's asking, did they use him to get the werewolf vote? His father was already out of office when he publicly revealed that he was a werewolf. Because since he is a political tool for his family, he's a prop. He's a prop tot. That's a good
political
phrase.
Animal, as it were.
Yeah. He's a prop tot. He revealed that he was a werewolf after the fact, after his dad had retired already. Because it was basically his mom died and then his dad retired shortly afterwards. And his dad is still alive in the City Between. But Connor, for obvious reasons, does not talk to his dad that much.
Understandably.
But yeah. Jay, do you have a favorite moment in Sorcery 101 from when you were editing it?
God. This feels like dredging the depths of ancient history right now. I'm thinking, I don't know that I have a single favorite moment. I think part of editing it was that I involved, like, by necessity, having a pretty holistic view of it.
Yeah.
And liking individual moments, but very much perceiving them and interacting with them in context of the whole.
Monica, yes, he was the first out werewolf. He is also still the most famous werewolf in the public eye. Which is why he cares so much about optics. Monica is asking what an editor does. In the movie...
Ooh, I have a specific comics panel that I share with people who ask that question.
I have a joke answer from the movie Dangerous Lives of Altar Boys, where someone asks, what does an editor do? And the person's response is, an editor tells you if you suck or not. And you suck.
Wow, harsh, but not entirely fake.
Yeah.
Usually editors tell you that much more diplomatically, along with some useful ways not to suck.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have a comics panel that is exactly that, but here we are. I'm not sure if there's a place that I can share it.
You just pop it in the chat, and I'll download it and pull
Okay,
it up.
is this in the Discord chat?
Yeah.
Chat? Okay. All right. This is the file I have labeled "What Editors Do," and it is also not an honest answer.
Oh, this is delightful. I'm gonna save this. All right, I'm opening it. What editors do? It's beautiful. Thank you,
For those not looking in the chat, it's a panel from Inferno of J. Jonah Jameson telling people to do things like barricade windows and put out fires and things like that.
Editors do put out fires.
True. Editors do a little bit of everything. So what the job of an editor most of all is to be, I think, a professional reader. So someone who can bridge the gap between the creator's intent and what the audience is eventually going to see and articulate that gap in ways that work for the creator.
Yes. And that is also what I do for Iron Circus Comics. I was most recently edited Real Hero Shit, which is going to be kickstarting in June. And yeah, I would send Kendra, the author of Real Hero Shit, like questions to be like, hey, so like, is this what you were implying? Is this what does society think of this thing that's going on, like big picture wise? What are you saying theme wise?
This is a useful detail. This detail is distracting and doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. So
this beat works, this beat doesn't work. You meant to draw fear here, but it actually looks like an orgasm, so maybe change that.
Bone Crusher Jank.
That's actually a really common problem in comics.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Jank is saying, as an editor, how often do you rock a vest and tie the J. Jonah Jameson look? I almost never do.
Less these days.
Oh.
I am not primarily an editor these days. I still sort of do a little bit of freelance editing, but mostly I'm a policy advocate.
Yeah. So rather than fixing stories, you're fixing the world.
Or trying to convince other people too.
Yeah. But I appreciated you looking at my scripts and editing them. Basically, when I started Sorcery 101, I wouldn't script. I would do things page to page. And realized I was having characters talk for too long. And, like, it was not moving the plot along. They were talking just to talk because I was having fun writing it. And then eventually switched to writing out scripts. And then I would eventually hire Jay to read them and give feedback. Jay would also frequently post notes that would be like, hey, so you should remind people of this detail because based on your update schedule, this is going to come out 2 years from the last time you brought this up. So that was also helpful.
Which again is about bridging, what Kel's perspective as someone who was writing this all at once versus what the audience will see.
Yeah. With City Between, I just sort of write the whole thing and don't worry as much about reminding people page to page because I intend for people to usually read it all at once anyway. Or at least each individual story.
It's a shorter whole.
Yeah, like each City Between story is intended to be read standalone. So it's someone can sit down, read all of Fame and Misfortune. I won't it's okay that something that was brought up was the last time the page was posted several months ago, because 90% of the people reading this are going to be reading it all in one go. And it's like, maybe if they remember those details, they'll get like a little extra bonus Easter egg, but I do try to make it so that way someone can just read Glass Diamonds without reading Fame and Misfortune and all that.
One of the things I really liked about working with you, and really consistently like about your work, is that you're an extremely, extremely format-aware writer. Like, you pay a lot of attention to the way the audience is going to interact with whatever you're making, and to what formats and what specific storytelling is going to serve that purpose best. And a lot of writers sort of start with the story they want to tell and sort of see writing as you know, pure expression of that. And you develop story and format in concert, which I think results in really, really tight work.
And it's also, that's always my favorite thing of each medium, is something that is not something that would be hard to turn into a different medium. The harder it is to do that, the more I probably like that thing. Discworld I really like, and Terry Pratchett has a very specific voice, and part of why every adaptation of Discworld kind of falls flat is because you can't include his footnotes and his like weird narration things. Like, a lot of his jokes wouldn't work if there was a visual. And so trying to turn it into a TV show or a movie is kind of an uphill task. I
like seeing people try, though.
Yeah, I like
and the things that they do and don't accomplish.
Yeah, like,
and I was surprised by how much I liked Hogfather.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch people try, but I do also think like stuff gets lost. So while I like Hogfather,
Absolutely.
Hogfather will never be one of my favorite things on television. Or as much as I liked the book, I still enjoy it. It's just not going to be like my favorite bestest thing ever example. And I remember when like Breaking Bad and Mad Men were airing on the same night, and I always preferred Mad Men because the stuff that makes Breaking Bad good is stuff I could also get from a movie, or if it was like adapted as like a prose series, those could be consistent. But I felt like Mad Men was unique in the way the episodes played off each other, while still being standalone.
And there hasn't been much in the way of spin-offs of it, or spin-off attempts.
Yeah.
Have there been any, actually?
There haven't been any.
Is there like a series of Mad Men novels out there?
No, there haven't been. And so
that's probably for the best.
Yeah. So it's kind of I try to always like use the medium I'm in to the best of its capability. And that's I do really like to think about medium in general.
So who are you mentioned Discworld. What are some comics that you feel like do that?
I really like Finder a lot. I also, part of why I've been really getting into Chainsaw Man is he's really good at that. So the example I give to people of like, this is something you can only do in comics, is in Chainsaw Man, there is a part where the main character goes on a very bad date. And him and this girl go to the aquarium, and the artist repeats this shot of them looking at a tank, and we're looking at the backs of the characters, and the girl is giving a fish facts info dump that is the speech bubble between her and the main character Denji. And every time he returns to that panel, the balloon gets bigger. So her info dump is literally creating distance between them.
Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah, until it gets to the point where he is like, can we go see the penguins? And she yells at him to be like, we're gonna talk about the starfish for 15 more minutes. Like, in her head, she has, like, scheduled exactly what they are doing at the aquarium. And then, this is a thing where, in Japanese, you can do this, but it is lost in translation. Denji, the main character, was a homeless kid who cannot read kanji. So they're both shouting, go to hell at each other, but his is written in hiragana and hers is written in kanji, because he can't read and she can. And so the author of Chainsaw Man frequently does stuff like that. So Jay, if you would like to read a one-shot by him, I would suggest Look Back, which is also about the love of comics.
Writing that down.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying Chainsaw Man because he kind of goes all out on that sort of stuff that you can't go to another medium.
My go-to answer to that used to be Fun Home, and then there was the musical, which, to be fair, I don't think anyone saw coming. But, which is one of the best adaptations that I've ever seen, partially because it doesn't try to recreate the comic, though.
Yeah. Another thing is, I recently reread Watchmen, and I was like, the reason why Dr. Manhattan on Mars is such a memorable scene is I don't think that scene would work in another medium because of the repeating of the caption on different different panels. So it, like, is doing something that, like, is really hard or would be next to impossible to do if you weren't seeing the images, like, next to each other or very close to each other.
Yeah, the rhythm would get lost in anything that moved.
Yeah.
Too.
And so, yeah, so that's sort of just a thing is, like, Sylphie in the chat is saying Chainsaw Man does such a good job of writing girls as awkward as guys. Yes. The Chainsaw Man bad date is great. But yeah, so it's just like I think about that stuff a lot. I really one of my favorite bits of prose is the opening of Seanan McGuire's Sticks and Bones. The problem with other people's children is, like, I don't quite know how to do that in a way that isn't prose. Like, it would always lose something if I was trying to adapt that.
Yeah. I'm really curious because I know that Wayward Children's been optioned, at least, and was in development, and I'm really, really curious as to how they're going to handle that adaptation because the voice is so central to those books.
Yeah, that's definitely definitely a big thing. And it's just like, yeah, so I always think about, like, medium and what I'm doing. There's a part in Fame and Misfortune where the elevator's breaking down, and I intentionally used several really tall, thin panels so I could show the elevator going up and down repeatedly. And also, I love to do the thought caption hiding the speech bubble that the character's not paying attention to.
That's such a simple, great trick.
I love it. I love...
I think Fame and Misfortune was the first time I encountered it.
Yeah, I also really liked, I'm pulling it up, is there's a Better to Find You With page where the veterinarian character is asking Jeff a shitload of scientific questions about being a werewolf. And he is trying to get the keys from her and not paying attention. And since these questions aren't really important to the plot, they're things like, how many vertebrae do you have? Like, because wolves only have this many vertebrae, and humans have this many. So does your vertebrae, like, fuse together? Like, so it's really technical. Obviously, he doesn't know the answer because why would he even think about that? But I just shared it with you in Discord. And it was really fun to just show, like, the different layers of the lettering getting covered by both him and the bars of his cage. I love doing that stuff.
And that's a really different approach to lettering than you often see from people who are trying to make the lettering as disconnected from the art as possible.
I really don't like that. Part of why I don't really like digital lettering is that it made that more common. Also, hi.
Good evening. Hello.
Jay, you are welcome to continue to stick around, but you only were scheduled for a half hour.
I think I'm probably going to jump off, but congratulations again.
Yeah.
This was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care.
Hi.
Absolutely.
I don't know how to spell your last name. Can you put it in the chat so I can change the header?
That's okay. Let me put that in now. There we are. It's me. Hello. I've come to your webcomics birthday
celebration.
In my celebration. In my hand, I am standing on the porch, vaguely smelling like incense matches. In my hands, I have both a bottle of fresh orange honey mead. In the other hand, an entire Tupperware of Armenian lamajun, which is like an Armenian pizza.
All right.
It's always a rave at parties.
Hi.
I may or may not have a party hat on.
Hi. A question I've been asking all the guests that you might not have an answer for because we met after I was already done with Sorcery 101. So it might not
I was going to say.
It might not have occurred to you to read it. Do you have a favorite Sorcery 101 character?
I've read, like, parts that I admittedly, I was like, oh man, I really should, like, make sure I'm all brushed up on everything before I settle down to do it. Because I've read through your book in terms of, like, you know, sampling actually pages and everything for various printing questions and references that I wanted to, but it's been one of those things like, oh, I gotta read that one day, and then I just have not in its entirety.
All right.
So.
Well, then, who is your favorite City Between character?
Gosh, that's a hard one. You've got so many good ones too. I would. I think I enjoy Rebecca the most because she is such a unique perspective in all of her, you know, narration, like the shit that you follow with her.
Yeah.
Situationally, you're very good at writing her, and I like watching the different.
She's the hardest to write.
Really?
She's the hardest to write because she doesn't have friends. Sylphie's in the chat saying Connor is their favorite because they hate him. I
was kind of close to saying Connor, but I'm like, oh, everybody loves a good dipshit, you know, and Connor is certainly his own flavor of dipshit, but if I have to put who I'm gonna put in, if I have to pick who I'm gonna put in my little heart locket shaped keychain, it's gonna be Rebecca.
Yeah, so Rebecca's the hardest because she doesn't have friends, and the easiest for me to write people is when they're bouncing off someone. And so the easiest scene to write in Glass Diamonds is one that's not online yet, but it's the bit where she talks to Connor. Because since she knows him, while they're not friends, she's known him for a long time, so they gotta, like, back and forth. They're not friends, but they know each other well. But because Rebecca doesn't really like people and doesn't really talk to people, she is the hardest to write. Because, like I said, she doesn't have friends.
Yeah, and you have to turn the inner monologues and thoughts she has into something more engaging rather than just narrative exposition.
Yeah.
You know, because I feel like that's a trap that a lot of writers and or comic artists might fall into, where it's that just becomes a vehicle for them to be like, all right, well, I didn't have time to explain this, so let me do a recap for you in either setting or plot.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not fun to read about a lot of times. But I think because of the nature of both Rebecca's job and who she is as a person, it's very evident from both just even reading it and knowing on an extra level how you work, that you are very concerned about keeping her dialogue like interesting to us, as like something that we the reader might not pick up on right away with Rebecca.
So what's
that's what
very
makes it so compelling.
fun about how I learned to write Rebecca's inner monologue like that is I watched the show Dexter, which is a great example of what not to do if you're writing a voiceover inner monologue.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't there? Huh. I would have never guessed that.
Well, it's because it's what not to do. It's like, don't do this.
No,
yeah.
It's a very funny, like, I just didn't expect that to be, like, an example of it.
Because he has a voiceover through the whole thing. It's funny because, like, in the first 2 seasons, it's not that bad because it is all stuff that you would not get, from the visuals, like him talking about how he doesn't understand birthdays and he thinks they're pointless. Like, that's his inner monologue at part of the, like, he's helping at his girlfriend's kid's birthday, and he's like, I never understood birthdays. Even when I was a kid, I didn't, like, understand the purpose of them. Like, what's the point of...
Sounds like you got the over exposition, because Dexter and the show Heroes were all at the same time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was more of a Heroes girly as a kid rather than Dexter, but considering they painfully under-explained things and left us without context in Heroes, sounds like Dexter got the extra seasoning packet.
So the thing is I didn't mind when he was doing stuff like, I never understood birthdays, because in the first season... their inner monologue is kind of like his diary, like he's writing a letter to the viewer, and it's about like how he gets away with shit, and then stuff that he would never tell another character because then he'd have to reveal that he's a serial killer. But then in the later seasons...
That's what happens.
Yeah, but then in the later seasons, the inner monologue becomes things like, I need to stab this guy with a knife, and then he stabs him with a knife. Like, it's, like, completely redundant if you removed... like, it's like, now I'm putting the bag over their head to suffocate them. Like...
Which, again, you can make that work, but it cannot be in excess, nor has to be really fucking clever in order to drive home.
Yeah. So it's sort of like I watched Dexter as what not to do before writing Rebecca's inner monologue bits.
Alright.
Bone Crusher Jank is being Dexter. Dexter.
Didn't they sorry to sidebar. They made 8.
They did reboot it, yeah.
Was it good?
I haven't seen it. I don't know. Listen, I stopped watching Dexter after like yeah, Rebecca's the anti-Dexter. But so like Hi, here's the thing is I put bad TV shows on in the background while I'm working. So a TV show has to get really bad for me to stop watching.
Yeah, you have a high pain threshold for that.
For TV in particular. Like for bad movies, to watch
these little jesters dance for you.
Bad movies I don't have much tolerance for. Bad books, other bad media, it's like, but a bad TV show,
yeah,
I'll just let it keep going.
People who are committed to bad books are on another level of intellectual engagement that I could not. Because you gotta, when you're in a movie, you can leave. A
Yeah.
book, you have to be like, I gotta see how this gets worse.
Yeah. But so it takes a lot for me to stop watching a TV show. I did stop watching Dexter. I did not finish it. There was a season.
Oh, wow, okay.
There is a season where the serial killer was a ghost that was a hallucination of the actual serial killer, and I was like, I'm done.
What the? Okay. Well, no, we can't.
There's a part where he teams up with a lady serial killer to help her get like revenge on her rapists, and then when they're done. Like this whole season is like, can I find love if with another serial killer? And then once they're done getting then once they're done getting her revenge, she's like, I must go now, my planet needs me, and like leaves and is
fucking Sweeney Todd ass romance here.
Yeah. So she's like, I'm done killing people now that we got revenge for me, so let's never talk again. And yeah, so it was just like, yeah, it's bad. Anyway, my comics that are hopefully not bad.
No, I very much enjoy Rebecca's style, like how you approach that style of her inner thoughts and such. They never feel intrusive, which I think I mentioned, but it's like it's very much a hard line to balance, and you do that very well with Rebecca. Whereas I feel like she provides the most unique perspective. She reminds me a little bit of sorry, I'm putting a quarter in my Star Trek jar. Odo from Deep Space Nine, but if like Odo knew what the founders were like when he was first introduced in the series.
All right, I can see that.
Yeah.
Rebecca's a little bit less of a hard ass. She doesn't care if other people do crimes.
Yeah, she's more like her and Odo both have a very like personal sense of justice, even if it's not justice in the world. But Odo is undeniably a cop.
Yeah.
So.
And so with I was telling Kevin while we were running that the difference in werewolf optics is obviously Connor cares a lot about people's opinion about werewolves as a whole. That's his whole thing.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Respectability Politics.
Right.
Jeff kind of cares, but is mostly thinking about on an individual level, which leaves him more freedom for like being a good example, but also still like he's allowed to fuck up sometimes.
Doing his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Rebecca is, I don't care, skateboards away with middle fingers going up, backwards baseball cap, skateboards away.
Yeah. Baseball cap backwards.
Yeah.
I want to see Rebecca try to. Sorry, I just had a great imagination of Rebecca longboarding, because I was about to say, does Rebecca skateboard? And then the preceding thought was, no, and if she did, though, what kind of skateboarding would she do? And immediately I just went to longboard. She would be the type of that would just loll on by.
Right. I am sketching.
See you later, nerd.
On my stream. I've been doing Sorcery 101 related sketches. And good news for you, Hye. Rebecca is in Sorcery 101 as a little baby. She is 6.
Baby Rebecca Jr.
She's 6. Sorcery 101. Her parents are main characters, but Connor and Jeff are in there as teens, and that is what am drawing right now. Is them taking selfies, even though Sorcery 101 World did not have smartphones because it was still 2006 at the end of Sorcery 101. I was reading.
Oh, I'm seeing now. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so scrappy. Child, junior, baby.
Baby Connor and baby Jeff. Baby beardless Jeff. but his face is still a square.
Yeah, in that wonderful teen years where like your bones are growing a little too fast for your like rest of your body to catch up.
Yes. Right.
Bone Crusher Chick. Sadly, there's no Odo at Pride.
Yeah.
Sorry, Connor. No Connor at Pride.
Yeah, Connor can't go to Pride. I was like,
He can have it at home with his husband.
Oh, I was like, Connor's the one that's arguing there shouldn't be kink at Pride, and
Oh my god.
yeah.
Where? God, yeah, I don't know. It's like not to, but that is one thing, like I said about Rebecca, I just enjoy seeing her perspective and how you write it. It's very fun, and every day it makes me say, God, I do need to read Sorcery 101. I'm sorry, I have not in its entirety yet.
It's okay.
But soon.
The
book for it is beautiful, I must say.
Thank you.
It is a healthy and hearty brick.
It's a chunky boy.
Mm-hmm.
But I was saying earlier, so the continuity of Sorcery 101 is not the continuity of City Between.
Right, it's a different universe.
I compared it to Marvel Main Universe to Marvel Ultimate Universe.
Yeah, there we go.
And then so something is not 100% canon in... If it happened in Sorcery 101, it does not mean that it is canon in City Between until I mention it. But
okay.
The thing that is true is that Connor is a senator's son, and that his parents had him because family men poll better in elections.
Right. He was a means to an end.
He was a means to an end. So he was a prop for his dad's political career. Which is
that's a rotten deal to get from the universe. It's like the law of constants, like how in Ultimates and main Marvel universe, mutants are a quote unquote higher evolved version of humanity that are endured social repression and such.
Yeah.
Connor, you were created out of pure political convenience.
Mm-hmm. And when he came out to his parents, they did tell him that he that's great. It would help them with the gay vote.
God, awful. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. So that's why Connor is Mr. Respectability Politics, and he kind of does it instinctually, because he's known it his whole life.
Yeah, hard to break foundational habits, as it were.
Now he's dating a politician. Now he's married to a politician, so something.
Hot, sexy governor.
We end up dating our parents.
Hot, sexy governor in your area.
Yeah. I was gonna have Connor's dad show up in a City Between story. I'm still working on sketching it out. His mom is dead.
How old is his... Yeah, I was gonna say, how old is his dad by this point?
So Connor is in his late 50s.
Or no, his dad is...
So his dad is almost 90.
Oh, wow, okay. I couldn't remember if you'd said his... both mom and dad were dead equally, or...
His mom is dead, his dad's alive and would be, like, around 90.
Oh, wow, okay. Father! Hi, Tally. I'm babysitting Tally for the evening.
Tally's saying hi. Dogs. Dog.
Corey Bing's wonderful, perfect little girl dog. She is a darling, but also, like, where's everything?
She jumps up too much. She needs to chill out. I'm drawing Babby Rebecca now.
Baby. Rebecca Jr.
Baby Rebecca. It's not Rebecca Jr., it's just Rebecca as a baby.
I call everybody like when you were younger, baby, just Junior. Hi, Junior. When I was younger.
Kids are a pain to draw.
Yeah, their faces are so Mime and Mime Junior. What would a junior version of yourself look like? Like a chibi evolutionary.
Yeah.
God.
So Rebecca's parents are main characters in Sorcery 101. Right. The way I came up with her design is she has like the facial bone structure of her dad.
Okay.
But she has curly hair like her mom.
Right. Parents. This is spoilers, but are Rebecca's parents still alive by the time?
That's how you know that you haven't read Sorcery 101. Because I've had to apologize to multiple people whose favorite character is Rebecca's dad, who I murder horribly at the end of Sorcery 101. I'm a monster.
How dare you?
One of the stories I shared at the beginning of the stream is that the 8th page of Sorcery 101, I'm going to send it to you now,
oh boy,
has foreshadowing, because I did plan from the get-go that Rebecca's dad would die.
Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, page 8. Damn.
And
you were freaking planning this.
What was funny is at a convention, someone was flipping through Sorcery 101, got to that page, and said, "Is this how the book ends?" And I was like,
You had to, like, fight an instinctual, like, oh, yeah, this was my plan. Sam Reich voice. My plan the whole time has been here.
Yep.
God, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, page 8. The werewolf always dies at the end.
Yeah, okay, I was wondering, because I was like, man, I would love to see, like, knowing how shit Connor's parents are, I was like, I would love to see Rebecca's, like, parents or whoever amongst them might be still alive, like, what their house looks like.
Yeah, they're both dead at City Between time. But her dad died when she was 6, which is when Sorcery 101 takes place.
Okay. Now I know. Here's a question I'm looking at. What were the art programs that you used? I know you did, your inks traditionally, obviously, but like, what were the like once you scanned in your inks and everything? What program did you mostly use?
So it was Photoshop, until Clip Studio Paint came and got invented.
Okay.
Because I used to use Clip Studio back when it was Manga Studio.
Oh, okay. You were there amongst the originals.
Yeah, so Manga Studio 4 came out when I was a senior in college. So that is 2009. And
so you were right on the beginning.
Yeah, so I still colored in Photoshop for a while, because Manga Studio wasn't very good at color. But I started to pencil digitally in Manga Studio because the perspective rulers. That's what made me start laying out and sketching digitally, is the perspective rulers.
Okay.
Because I used to make perspective rulers with a marker on my traditional pages. So the really old pages of Sorcery 101 have a non-photo blue marker perspective grid.
Oh shit, okay. Whereas nowadays that's a lot, and you still have the, like, exertion of, like, setting down your perspective rulers first, but within a much more, it doesn't show up as clearly on, like, your final inks and such. Very nice. Okay. I learned something.
The more you know.
Wow. Yeah, you working in when it was still called Manga Studio, me still working in the protoplasmic version of Illustrator Macromedia Freehand.
Yeah.
the olden days.
But yeah, so
Baby.
Nero's almost on deck.
Oh boy. I can't believe it's very funny to me, by the way, that knowing Rebecca was a pigtails girly.
Yep.
The times they do change.
Now she just cuts all her hair off.
She's got the curliness to
pull it off.
Compliment it. Yeah.
When she has a little foofy tail. I usually drew her in overalls that had her tail out.
Boo boo.
And her dad was like a stay-at-home dad because they could not send her to school.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
And Jeff was her babysitter. But based on the City Between stuff that you have read, Hye, do you have any fun favorite moments?
Yes. Oof, that's hard. Out of what I read, I really do like the in the first oh shit, what is it called?
Fame and
the
Misfortune?
first one with the Fame and Misfortune. Yes, there we go. Sorry, it's like, no, Glass Diamonds is your new one. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I just really like how nicely you tied everything together at the end of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it felt satisfying and yet a really good reveal at the same time. You got a real knack for writing like mysteries set in a backdrop that involves a lot of subtle world building stuff. You've always been very good at like direct subtlety, and I really like how just the very end of that one came out. Like, the tragedy of it all, and like of watching of this just hot fucking mess just end, and still feeling satisfied out of it. So I don't know. I know it's one of your older comics, but I very much enjoy like how neat it feels.
Yeah.
Neat in like a you tied this together very well story, and also it's cool. Fucking rip to the unfortunate girly, but
rip in peace.
that's what happens when you yeah. That's what happens. So strange.
So what's funny is in both Fame and Misfortune and in Glass Diamonds, Connor is the only guy character with a name.
Oh.
It's because when I was writing Fame and Misfortune, like, it was when a lot of people online were talking about the Bechdel test, and I was like, I'll do one that doesn't pass the opposite of the Bechdel test. Everyone's femme. And
everyone's talking about this one unfortunate girly.
And Connor is the only male character that has a name.
Also, I think too, it's very funny because we were watching. I believe we were watching Gargoyles around the time I read that one, and I couldn't help but think of the fairy's voice and just Brent Spiner's voice.
That's good.
And that's just, I'm sorry. And then it's like, does it help that Connor comes right? I'm like, oh no, voice association. I gotta get something else in my head.
I go back and forth on what I think their voices sound like. I think lately I've been leaning toward Connor sounding like have you ever played Dragon Age 2?
Which one? Are you thinking of
Dragon Age
Fenris?
2. Yeah, Fenris.
Yeah.
It's that.
I've never played it, but I've known a lot of people who percolate in it very heavily.
So either Fenris's voice or Lee Pace.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
I think if it was live action and I could pluck actors from any time period, I would pick a younger Lee Pace to play Connor.
Okay.
Partly because Lee Pace is one of the few actors I know that's like 6'5".
It helps with the visualization of it. Also, hello, Nero. Good evening.
Hello, Nero.
Hello.
Wogue.
A joyous webcomic day to us one and all. Ho 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 and such.
What are you bringing to this party, Nero? I have a bottle of delicious mead and lamajin we are eating. What have you brought today?
I'm bringing the 10-pack of frozen fudge bars that Iris and I got from Costco because they're really good.
Hell yeah! For everyone here.
They're real good is the problem. Like, they're dangerously good. We gotta restrict ourselves.
I am also passing my party hat to you. I take it off my head and I do like the big strand, like elastic cord under your chin.
Ow. You've squunched my beard now.
Alright. Everyone in the chat, Nero is a very good comic artist, who is also one of the founders of the Cartoonist Co-op.
I was also like 10 years old and reading Sorcery 101.
Oh,
How does that make you feel?
Oh no! Your parents should not have let you do that. You were too young to read Sorcery 101.
Like 20 years ago, I was 12. So.
Yeah.
You were once a germ.
Well,
I was big into I was obsessed with like Keen Spot shit, so I was reading everything on there for a long time, and then I was like, suddenly this isn't on here anymore. I'm gonna follow this until the ends of the earth, and now we're here.
Who is your favorite Sorcery 101 character? That's what I'm asking everyone who comes on.
Ooh. I like Brad a lot. I think he's a good example of a werewolf who like kind of sucks, but we love him anyway.
So, Nero, when Hye was on, Hye has not read Sorcery 101, and we were talking about Rebecca, and Hye asked, "Is Rebecca's parents still alive?"
I'm expecting some now tragedy to unfold when I eventually do.
You should read Sorcery 101. It's online for free. You can read it.
I started forever ago, and I was like, oh, I have to get back to work, and then like a dipshit, and I never did. And then Kel was very nice and sent me a book of Sorcery 101 to read for how big and beautiful their big beefy book is.
Yeah.
So I need to sit down and look at its pages and story.
You it with your eyeballs.
Yes, please. Alright, I might hop off and make some dinner now. Both of you have a lovely party. I surrender my spiritual party hat to Nero, and it shall remain locked on his head until the next guest comes.
Yay!
Right. Happy birthday, Kel! Goodbye, Nero. I'll talk to you both later.
Alright, so
goodbye.
So Nero, now that I know that you read it when you were a babby, do you have any fun favorite moments of Sorcery 101 things?
I did like literally any time Seth is around because he sucks, and is a nasty piece of shit.
He's a nasty piece of shit that was fun to write.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like specific moments. I remember like there was like so I haven't reread it in a while. Like I read it as like a babby, and then I reread it again once I started like talking to you on the regular because I was like, yeah, this comic was good. I should reread it. There was like a staged like murder near the end, right? I remember liking that a lot.
Yes.
Or a staged suicide.
Yes.
I thought that was I have your Twitch stream open in a different window so I can see what you're drawing, and it's playing the fucking Car Fox ad, and this fox has too many teeth. No. It's like human man teeth.
I'm drawing Seth laughing because he's a monster.
He can have some joy, maybe.
He is a lot of fun to write because he's horrible. He's just an unrepentant dick.
What's your favorite Sorcery 101 moment?
So I was saying earlier in the stream that a lot of my favorite moments are Seth torturing Danny, because Danny is fun to torture.
Yeah.
I really like, there is a part where, basically, I really like when Danny finds out that, if Seth dies, he dies too. Like, he tries to stand up to Seth, and his forehead is bleeding, and Seth, like, calmly reacts, and then just shoves his finger, like, in Danny's head wound, and then licks the blood off, and then just grabs Danny's hair and breaks his, leg, and throws him against the wall.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, and when Danny wakes up and finds out that if Seth dies, he dies too, that is the first time fuck is said in Sorcery 101. I was intentionally not using the word fuck until that moment, so it had more impact. And so it's a page of just Danny going, fuck, 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 fuck. And so, you know, I try to, try to, like, hold off so things have more impact.
It's good to have a little bit of, like, a restriction, especially in the wide world of webcomics where, like,
where
you can essentially do anything.
Yeah, so I just sent you pages. And then,
these are good-looking pages.
And, also there's a part where, so Seth is, using Connor as a booty call, is one of the plot points in Sorcery 101. And Connor tries to break up with Seth, or be like, I'm not going to be your booty call anymore. And while he's telling Seth, I'm not going to be your booty call anymore, Seth is slowly playing with Connor's tie. And then after Connor's done saying, I don't want to do this anymore, Seth says, what makes you think that you have a choice? Like, and Connor's like,
he's the worst.
Connor's like, you can't make me. And then Seth just yanks the tie and starts to choke him with it. And then later on in that same chapter, Seth slams Connor's head into a car.
It's just so fun to beat this man up.
And then, also there's a bit where it's Danny. There's a whole chapter that is Danny and Allie talking. Well, Danny is skinny dipping. And it's because Danny's being vulnerable, so that's why he's naked. Yeah. So they're talking about, like, Danny realizing that Seth can fuck with his head, and that's what Sorcery 101's about, Danny realizing that Seth is fucking with his head.
Yeah.
And so,
you're more vulnerable than you thought you were, prick.
And so, yeah, those are my favorite parts, is when Danny is miserable.
Is that why it ended the way it did?
It did, and it's always planned to be that ending. As I shared the 8th page of Sorcery 101 to show that I did have it planned since the beginning. Foreshadowing in a little goofy line. And I also I like not to torture Danny for a change, but to torture Seth for once. At the very end of Sorcery 101, all through Sorcery 101, Seth is the only vampire that can go out in the sunlight. And And then he crashes Danny's car, goes through the windshield. And when Danny's done throwing up from the car accident, Seth is staying in the shade and can't find his necklace.
Yeah.
And Danny is like, it's over there, go get it. And then
he like tries to get it with like a stick or something.
He does, because I wanted to make it clear without him flat out saying it that that is what lets Seth go out in the sun.
Yeah. Wow, you really did foreshadow this, huh?
Yes, I did. I knew from the beginning that I was going to be a murderer. So yeah, there's the Seth Danny scene. I just sent it in the Discord.
Yeah.
I do still have a model of the Porsche that Danny has. It's a little metal model that is like to scale and accurate, and even shows the inside of the Porsche.
So, in the olden days,
ye olden days before there were 3D assets. And before I decided to never draw cars again.
I was gonna say, because that's right after like this like highway car chase
scene, I was like, I'm done with cars.
Yeah. No more of this.
Why did I do this to myself? Another.
So I was thinking of questions earlier.
Yes.
And I was always curious, why did you switch to a vertical format after doing horizontal for so long?
Because I hated doing horizontal, and I decided that's another thing I never want to do again. Also, horizontal is more expensive to print. I think I have more freedom with the vertical format. It felt very limited by the horizontal format.
Yeah. Were there like other comics you read before that were like horizontal that you wanted to emulate, or was that just like a random choice you made?
At the time, most of the webcomics I was familiar with were like newspaper strips, so they were all horizontal.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I guess that's just what you do when they're online. And that makes sense because the computer screen's horizontal.
How times have changed.
I mean, the computer screen is still horizontal. It's just now everyone does infinite scroll bullshit. So
uploading the entirety of Sorcery 101 to Webtoon, but it's just you've flipped the comic page on its side.
You could do that. I've thought about uploading it to Webtoon, because Edidin uploaded all of Vatu.
Does he put Rice? Yeah, he put Vatu on there.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, if you have it, you may as well. I'm wondering, like, are there any comics on Webtoon that are horizontal at all, is the thing.
Yeah.
Because I know plenty that are just, like, the vertical, and they just, like, they just don't change it.
Some of the jokes in Sorcery 101 didn't age 100% great, so...
Yeah.
I maybe don't want to bring attention to them. When Kevin was on doing the guest, I did mention the first chapter has Danny hit on a 16-year-old.
Oh yeah.
He backs
in the
off.
video store.
He backs off when he finds out how old she is, but he still did it. Seth mostly hits on teenagers, but that's intentional.
It's because he's evil.
Because he's the worst. Any other fun questions?
I was always curious as to why you got somebody else to color.
Because I hate coloring.
I assume that was just because you don't. Yeah, you hate coloring.
Yeah, that's it. I hate coloring. Well, it was also because I had to redo those pages, and they were already a slog to do. So if I had to color them on top of that, So that was part of it. It was like, I already hate this. I need to not color it.
It's like my life's mission these days to like promote the black and white comic agenda.
I do sometimes think about, there are some things I want to do with the City Between that I can't do in black and white or don't know how.
Yeah. Like, I know you've talked about wanting to make things look like they're kind of like glowing.
Yeah, so the pipes in the City Between world are also the street lamps. And that's not really clear. Also, I would really like it if the werewolf's eyes did that thing that wolf eyes do in the dark.
Oh, yeah, the reflective.
Yeah. And then it's a thing I do in Sorcery 101 that I have not done in City Between, that I kind of wish, like, if it was in color, I would definitely do this. When it's cold out, you can see everyone's breath except for the vampires. Because they're room temperature or whatever weather temperature.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's ways that I can like think of like making it work in black and white, where it's just like, you can do this, but it would be so much easier to do it in color.
Yeah.
But also, it's a flex to do it in black and white.
Trying to find a page where Seth chokes Danny, because then you can see Danny's breath and not Seth's.
So I do love this fucking Seth drawing.
Yeah. He's a monster.
I wish there was a like a larger market for like a bespoke webcomic merch, because like having Seth's necklace as like a merch thing I think would be sick.
This necklace is really tacky.
Yeah, it's like a I was skimming the pages, it's like a weird dragon, right?
It's an upside down cross with a dragon perched on it.
God.
Some edgelord shit.
Oh yeah, it's like in the pages you linked. God, that fucking piano tie. Jesus Christ.
Here we go.
Danny, please.
Here's Allie and Seth talking.
Oh yeah.
So even the background people have breath, but Seth and the vampire lady don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's also like, so yeah, so Seth's, gaudy ass necklace, I mean, I could make it merch. It's just like, that's one of those things where it's kind of so over the top. Who would buy this?
There will be like 5 people out there who buy it, but they'll be like hardcore Sorcery 101 fans who will then ask you when you're making Sorcery 102.
I did think about, if Misfits of Avalon had been more popular, I would have tried to get their rings made. Because they all have magic rings.
Yeah. I do wish it was more popular. It's such a good fucking...
Yeah, I wish Dark Horse told people it existed.
No, because that would give them money, and they hate that.
Yep.
Who markets things? Ew.
Ew, gross. Don't do that.
Ew.
How dare. But yeah, so, Nero.
Yeah.
There is a chapter that is about what is wrong with Danny's daughter. Did you understand the incredibly subtle joke I was doing with that chapter?
I don't know if I remember that chapter, actually.
Danny's daughter has a seizure, and he's asked Pat for help to do like a diagnostic spell. And Pat, after looking at Danny's daughter, sees that she has purple eyes and then explains what is wrong with her.
Yeah.
And that she has too much magic in her. She's too good at magic. She's
Yeah,
gonna be good
yeah.
at everything.
Gave her that fancy child disease that everybody was into in the 2000s, didn't you?
She's a Mary Sue. That's the joke. Mary Sue is a fatal clinical condition in Sorcery 101 world.
God, yeah, there's 38 chapters. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's 1,600 pages, and because I redrew 400 of them, that means I drew 2,000 pages of Sorcery 101.
Oh, God. Did you redraw them for, like, the first collection, or...?
Yes, the first 400 pages were not saved at Prince Resolution.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back before we all knew better.
Yep. Anyway, here's a fun mwahaha Seth drawing.
That's a good drawing. A+.
So now that you've watched some Buffy, do you see the Buffy in the Sorcery 101?
Oh, absolutely. Like 1,000%.
Yeah.
Like, not in a bad way, but it's
Yeah.
like, I see
that's
now. I
built
understand
into the
now.
DNA.
It is kind of funny, like, ending up, like, reading Sorcery 101 before, 20 years before I watched Buffy.
Buffy and the 10th Kingdom, and
Yeah, the DNA is very there.
yeah.
I'll have to do like another reread at some point so I can send you panels and be like, I know what you are.
Yeah. There is one more episode of Buffy I need to show you and Hye. I know that ship has sailed and we're not watching it anymore. But there is one more you have to see.
Get back to it.
There's one episode that even if we don't watch the rest, there's one more episode you need to see, and that's Spike's backstory.
I gotta assume that's pretty, like, integral to the vibe of Seth, isn't it?
No. It's actually...
No?
It's just a fun time.
Shit.
Seth is more angelous than Spike. Except Seth doesn't like planning. He's probably somewhere in between the two of them. Seth is, does not like planning, but he is smarter than Spike. My thing was always that Seth hates long-term plans, but he's very good at improvising. And he's just powerful enough that he can brute force his way through life.
The scariest kind of person. Somebody who loves improv.
Yeah. And then I mentioned at the beginning that Pat obviously has some angel in him, but it was sort of watching all these vampire shows where there's the sad vampire who, oh no, I must hurt people. Since Pat used to be a monster hunter, the fact that he was operating under the fact that he was operating under the assumption that he was in a Buffy-style universe where all vampires are evil. So the fact that he didn't the fact that vampires are more nuanced than that fucked him up. So he not only regrets hurting people as a vampire, but he regrets the fact that he murdered all these vampires that might have been okay. They probably weren't, but
it is interesting, like, thinking about, like, Sorcery 101, and then, like, how, like, you're pretty much, like, everything you do now, it's like there's if it doesn't have a werewolf, then like, why?
Yeah. Spike needs help getting in.
Does Grandma need help?
Yep. Okay. But yeah, so it's sort of like I always really like to reply against stuff that I'm seeing in a lot of stories, which is why sort of Pat's a commentary on that type of angsty vampire, and having the werewolves be good guys. I always like to deconstruct.
That's
shit.
what makes it interesting.
Yeah. And our next guest has arrived. The final countdown.
I made it. I made it.
It's
You
Spike.
did it.
I did. I figured it out. Hey, what's up, Nero? Hey, what's up, Cal?
Hello.
Hey, we're talking about Sorcery 101. I'm old.
Good 46. I don't want to hear shit from you about how old you are.
I was reading Sorcery 101 when I was like 11, Spike.
Oh my god. See, I've had moments like that where I would be like behind a table at a convention and like a grown-ass, entire full human being holding the hand of a smaller human being would come up to my table and be like, I read your comic in middle school. I totally know I shouldn't have because of all the swears, but I totally did. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
I accidentally did that to EK Weaver when I revealed just how long I've been following their work. And I could just withering away.
Yeah, exactly. Like fucking, I always think about the Skeksis Emperor in Dark Crystal. Like the minute they die, they just like crumble to dust. Like literally, just their entire face just atomizes and blows away. Like that's how I always feel when that happens to me.
So Spike, I've been asking everybody.
Happy 20th.
I'm gonna assume that you don't have an answer.
Okay.
But who is your favorite Sorcery 101 character?
I don't know, probably just Danny, because you talk about him so much.
Okay.
Who are all these people who haven't read your webcomic, Kel?
Well, it was Hye. And then I assumed Spike hadn't. Spike's busy.
To be honest, I don't assume anybody reads my work, and I don't read anybody else's work. I'm gonna be straight. There's no point in lying about
I
it.
read your work. Damn.
No, you don't.
I literally do.
No one reads my shit. I guarantee no one. Honest to God, like it's a good thing that I have so much like dedication to my stupid blorbos because it genuinely feels like no one gives a shit. It genuinely does. And if I was one of those people that did this for attention, I would never do anything.
So Spike and I met on Something Awful, on the Mega webcomic thread.
It wasn't at a convention?
No, it was on Something Awful, and then we talked in IRC, and then we said hi in person at a convention.
Oh, IRC, the magic fucking words.
Yeah. So back in the before time, we were on Something Awful.
In the long, long ago.
In the long, long ago.
That was how I found out about Sorcery 101, I think.
You were not on Something Awful at 11.
I literally was. I'm sorry. I used furry commissions that I was doing through Neopets to pay for my forum account.
Okay, see, this is my flex. My Something Awful account, which is still extant, by the way, is so old, it was free.
Holy shit.
So Spike is the grandma.
And hey, my second flex, this is totally unrelated, but I love saying it because it makes me sound like a fossil. My Minecraft account is so old, I bought it by sending $15 to Notch's PayPal.
Oh, that's gross. Don't send him money.
Well, to be fair, how long ago was it? Like, I get a pass on this one. I'm like someone who bought a Cybertruck, like, I don't know. Well, you always
you can't have bought a Cybertruck before you knew Elon was an idiot. You might have bought a Tesla before you knew Elon was an idiot, but not a Cybertruck.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, like, I'm one of those people who bought, like, a Tesla 3 because I love the environment or some shit, and now I'm saddled with it, and every day before I go out, I, like, make a little sign to put in the back window. It's like, I'm sorry! I just wanted to save the rainforest! I'm sorry!
I just love the apes and the rainforest and such.
So Nero, because you read Sorcery 101 as a babby, do you know what the main ship in the Sorcery 101 comments section was?
I gotta assume it was probably Danny and not Seth, Pat?
It's Danny and Seth, actually.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I
I mean, like, I reread it as, like, a teenager, so...
I got some suggestive dubious consent fan art of the two of them.
Kel loves that fucking Dubcon. The only fan art I ever got was Dubcon from Kel.
That's not true.
Listen, it's good to stay true to yourself.
And that is not disapproval. I should note
I'm
that.
just saying
That is not
you did
disapproval.
get other fan art, just not of Elliot's.
Yeah, but it was very. As far as I'm concerned, that's not fan art you gave me, Kel. That's canon. That went down.
That's canon.
Yeah.
I drew Spike's two homeless characters. One is blowing the other, and then being told
like
to go get him some beer.
Yeah, so this is like my old webcomic. This is not the one I'm trying to
Not
do
about
now.
the
This is
Keebler
Simpler
elves.
Arizona. Yeah, this is not about the murderous Keebler elves. This one is about. So there were these two characters named the Elliots because they're both named Elliot. And one was an older Elliot, and he was a heroin addict. He was just like long-term piece of shit. If I had it to do over again, he would have way less teeth because that makes more sense. But the younger one was also an Elliot, and he was like, this is honest to God how I described it. His ethnicity, and I shit you not, in my brain was Templar brownish, which is basically what I called people who were like a melange of different ethnicities, because in my mind, this was like, one of those cities, and in cities, a lot of people come together and a lot of people have a lot of ethnic diversity. And I was not super interested in establishing what he was ethnically because he was so divorced from it,
Yeah.
And he is like 19 or 20 or something, and he has this weird, like, the vibe I was going for with the younger Elliot was like he was like this lost puppy who was just following around the first male figure in his life that didn't punch him directly in the face.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he had so much trauma and insanity going on that he would literally kick your ass for like no reason. And so it was this weird sort of balancing act that I really enjoyed writing.
That was EJ, right?
That was EJ. I
Yeah.
can't believe you knew that. Oh my god.
I read Templar,
Yeah.
yes.
But yeah, honestly, when I think
I have
about
physical copies, Spike.
gross, burn, please. But like when I think about it, I honestly think that's what evolved into like one of the main characters of the comics I'm doing right now. So anyway.
You do love like a trashy weirdo.
Oh, I love gross boys. I love gross boys so much. I love bad gross boys.
I love a deadbeat. That's why Danny's the main character. And so
I can absolutely sympathize with that 100%.
I remember in college someone calling Danny a deadbeat dad, and I was like, yeah, I guess he is. Because he has a daughter. She visits him in the summer, but he doesn't really talk to her that often.
Well, he doesn't visit her now.
Yeah.
Shitty dad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see, this is like the biggest conundrum of my life, because if I can get like kind of depressoid and real here, and I can do it because it's not like there's like 1,000 people watching getting ready
this
to
is
fucking
going
narc
up on
my ass.
YouTube and getting saved, so
Oh, okay. Thank you for the warning.
yeah.
Basically, so as a person who is a member of a, shall we say, underrepresented minority in the current the industry that I work in, right?
Mm-hmm.
I occasionally get a lot of people in my inbox going, oh, you know what you should do? You should make sure that you make comics that uplift your particular community.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm all like, what I want to write back to these people is like, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree, but I think it's really important you understand the only comics I ever want to make are about gross, awful boys.
Yes.
Like,
This is
that
correct.
that is where my passion lies. I only care about gross boys. I'm sorry. Every comic I do has gross boys.
I really like Pete writing about the way things are perceived versus the way things are really are. So like that's probably why I like werewolves so much, because they gotta hide stuff. But so like Danny's a piece of shit, but like where my real groove of like people that I like to write about is characters like Connor, who he's obsessed with respectability politics, even though he's kind of a shitty person. And he wants to
I know many people who are very much about tone policing and wear a tie and this, that, and the other, who are shitty people.
Yeah, so that's kind of like that, like the presentation versus the reality I really like. But I also really like characters that just do not care. The villain in Sorcery 101, Seth, is very much like, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want and you can't stop me. And
that's why he's good, though.
Yeah.
We love an awful man.
He's part of the Sharp Cheekbone Boy Club. I think that was at Emerald City, and you were there, Nero, where we were talking about all these actors that went to school together, and they all had sharp cheekbones, and we were like...
They all have these beautiful cheekbones.
The Sharp Cheekbone Lad Club, or whatever.
Yeah. You need, like, a pin of that that's just, like, a knife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you guys know my type. I don't know if your audience knows my type, but
you should share what your type is.
Oh, I'm fucking I'm like, I don't even know anymore. Like, I call myself Gen X on.
You are Gen X.
I call myself Gen X on social media, and people like correct me. Actually, you're more Zennial. Like, I don't know.
Whatever.
These words are fake.
Yeah.
I know generational fucking bullshit is fake, but like it gives. It's like it's a reference point to more me in time for a lot of people. So it's like just like. But, like, I'm so fucking, I'm so basic. Like, I can remember with, like, absolute clarity. Like, it was such a fucking, God, what is that goddamn movie called? There's this movie that came out in the 80s that, like, everyone was obsessed with when it came out. And help me with this, if anyone remembers. It was about, like, these two children that get stranded on a desert island and grow up together. And they, like, don't know anything about anything, but they fall in love with one another. It's like, I forget what it's called, but like there's this whole scene in there where they are like suddenly realizing like your sexuality. Blue Lagoon. Thank you, Campy.
I was gonna say that's Blue Lagoon.
Yeah, where it's like there's this moment in there where it's like your sexuality has come online. You know, it's like that. There's that moment, and that happened to me, when Kurt Cobain became a thing.
Yeah.
And it also happened to me when I like was noticing Lenny Kravitz for the first time. And those are like, to this day, that's my thing. Like, I like kind of gross, scruffy, sad boys. That's my thing.
So, like, earlier in the stream, while I was drawing Seth, I mentioned that, like, while this isn't a my puberty came online thing the way you're talking about, it very clearly, Heather's made an impression on me. Because every guy character I have designed who is an asshole, I have given Christian Slater's eyebrows to. Like, so it's very...
yeah, you kind of have.
Yeah, so it was kind of like when I rewatched it as an adult, because I was showing it to Amanda for the first time, I was like, oh, I give Seth those eyebrows. And this other character. And this other character. Like, if I give someone those eyebrows, that means they're an asshole and a monster.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I have recurring themes like that, too.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I have, like, one haircut that I like, which is, like, the fucking... The Devilman haircut. That's, like, the weird, like, curved sideburns that I just, like, draw as, like, default.
I love Go Nagai sideburns. I love ridiculous, absurd Go Nagais. Just luxurious lion mane ass sideburns. And it's like, they're perfect. The sad thing is, like, they're perfectly coupled with, like, Go Nagai dialogue. Like, I don't know if anyone here has ever been, you know, their life has been enhanced by the splendor of Go Nagai dialogue. Yeah. But you have to imagine, like, a dude with the most ridiculous bouffant and, like, sideburns for days and, like, that popped-ass collar. And he's just standing there. And then he goes, I'm going to smoke drugs.
My parents are dead.
Yeah, I'm just like, yes, queen. Absolutely. Live your life. So good.
I was
So
talking
good.
earlier in the stream about how I do give characters specific shapes. But like also then try to sort of hide that those shapes are there. Nero, I remember when we were on that co-op like co-drawing stream and everyone was drawing Jeff and I was like, he's all squares, and you were like in the middle of drawing him and you were like, oh yeah, he is.
We love a square boy.
He's a square. And he was a square in Sorcery 101, and he's still a square in the City Between. He's more of a square in City Between because now his beard can even square him out even more. I am drawing Connor in City Between versus Connor in Sorcery 101.
Oh, okay.
He is a teenager
Make
in
them
Sorcery
fight.
101.
I need to get a Nightbot. You have a Nightbot?
I do have a Nightbot.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Is that like a Streamlabs thing or what?
I forget. I like set it up and then immediately forgot. I think it is. I think it is a Streamlabs thing.
Yeah.
It's not Streamlabs exclusive.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the thing is, it's like Twitch is a lot, like all at once, especially when you're just like, because I like streamed a little tiny bit like 10 years ago, and then I wandered away, and then I came back and I was like, I'm gonna try it again. And now when you get on the dashboard, it's just like, hello, and it's like, here's what you should be doing, here's what you need to do, here are some achievements, did you know you have this, here are your sponsorship offers, I think you should stream this game, I think you should stream that game, can you collab, how about you collab with this person? And you're like, Jesus. It's really aggressive.
It's really aggro. It wants everybody to be like a cool content creator.
You must become Queso. You must become Lil Tyler. You must become Amaranth. It's like, okay.
I don't want them. But no, Nightbot is like it's independent of things like Streamlabs, where it's you essentially go to like its channel and like set it up, or like they have like a website, and it's like it works in conjunction with those. There's a bunch of different kinds of bots though.
And you can just be all like, hey, every 10 minutes post this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't get that kind of volume, that I think any chat I get needs like serious regulation. But it'd be nice, like on drawing streams, if every 10 minutes it was all like, "Hey, this comic is called this. Go read it here."
That's basically why I set it up. And then the other thing is I went in and banned custom words. A certain turf is not allowed to be mentioned in my chat, and neither is her stupid wizard school.
Fair enough.
When you were talking about if you were going to do Templar over again and you would give a character worse teeth. That is
him having a full set of chompers makes no sense.
That is a thing that I was thinking about, like, in hindsight, I should have given Rebecca worse teeth. Because werewolves can't have braces.
Yeah.
And she was born a werewolf, so she would not be able to ever, like, get that shit fixed.
Naturally.
Yeah, that was, so for my webcomic, so Sergio has his metal jaw, and one of the things that I was thinking about like early on was like how like outside of just like eating things, but like talking, that kind of like metal grinding up against your regular teeth would probably destroy them. So it's essentially all of his teeth are fake.
Yeah.
It's just some of them don't look as good as the others.
So there we go. Connor in Sorcery 101 versus Connor in the City Between.
He's such a little baby in Sorcery 101.
Yeah, he's a little baby who loses his virginity to Seth, who's an asshole. Baby making bad decisions.
You sweet summer child.
Yes. Excuse me.
Oh wait, I realized it's like 7:45. Should I like leave?
You can stay. It was just the
Okay,
7:30 is when Spike's supposed to show up, so that's why I tagged her.
Okay. Well, I'm here, so.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for tagging me. Thank you for making sure that I show up. My life is an absolute mess lately. My sleeping schedule is completely insane.
It happens.
Tell me about. Oh my god. I need to be more disciplined, but every time I try to do that, okay, I'm getting up at 7 every morning. I'm jumping in the shower. I'm going to be up by 7:15. Okay, I'm going to get on the treadmill. I'm going to be done by 8:15. Okay, I'm going to like I do that shit for a week and then my body's like, "No." I don't want to do this.
Really the only reason why I've been keeping up going to the gym is cuz I made appointments that I get charged for even if I cancel them. So
yeah, that'll fucking do it.
Yeah.
That'll fucking do it.
So, I have to go or I'm wasting money. So.
Yeah. I feel that way about a few things too, where there are things where, I get charged no matter what, so I better do it.
Now I'm gonna do Jeff City Between versus Jeff Sorcery one. Him and all his squareness.
A slab of a man.
Yeah, he's a slab of man. So the City Between is all things I learned about formatting from Sorcery 101, and decided to fix/change during City Between. So, for one, Volume 1s always sell better than the rest of the series, so that is why City Between, each story is self-contained. You can read them in any order. I have successfully made it so all the stories sell at the same rate at conventions.
Strategy!
When people ask me which one do I start with, I ask them, do you like comedy, action, or mystery more? And depending on what they say, I point them to that City Between story. Then, I also hate coloring, so that's why Sorcery 101 is black and white. As I went over with Nero, I do not like landscape format. I am back to portrait. I
have strong feelings about how comics are perfectly valid in black and white, and I have gotten in arguments about this where people are like, well, more people are going to click on it and more people are going to give it a chance if it's in color. And I'm like, I'm not sure that's true.
I've gotten in arguments with editors who are like, you won't succeed unless this is in color. And I'm like, no, fuck you, let's go. We're going behind the Denny's. It's going to get bad.
No, seriously, my whole thing is like, manga disagrees, but thank you for your input.
Especially since, especially in the sphere of, webcomics, people saying that you need to have a webcomic in color. There is web manga, there are manhwa and webtoons that are in black and white. You just don't see them promoted on the front, on New York, Times Square.
I guess, have a promo image that's in color, but that the rest of the comic can be in black and white.
Yeah, can I be horrible for just a second?
Yes.
I want to be absolutely terrible. So, I am not suggesting that it is any different. All right. I want to preface by saying I perfectly understand that the world is full of people who are working on extremely tight deadlines. And a lot of this is about efficiency, and imperfect and out and readable is better than perfect and my ass with every page taking 2 fucking weeks. I absolutely understand that. I get it. It is a valid way to make comics. But when I look at a lot of manga and manhwa that's online now, webtoon kind of stuff, and I am just reading it, the first fucking panel, the panel that's supposed to grab me is all that is a 3D asset. That is a colorized 3D asset. You went and you grabbed.
You couldn't even ink on top of it.
And then those little tiny people that are walking in front of it, those are also that's a stamp you got. That's a brush. You did not draw those people. Those are little black silhouettes in front. It's I get it. I get that this probably took you an hour as opposed to the 8 hours it would take you. I totally get it. But this guarantees I'm not reading your shit.
Yeah. It's ooh.
So other stuff that I changed. Sorcery 101, it is not obvious that it does not take place in our world. Also, I realized while working on Sorcery 101, part of why I was disinterested in the more mundane part of the world is because I was not changing enough. So, City Between, completely different universe. I got to design it from scratch, so it's more engaging for me mentally, and it is more obvious to the casual viewer that this is not our universe.
Okay. Yeah, you see, you have to make sure you go out of your way to make it clear, because otherwise they might assume.
Everyone needs to know that it takes place in a universe where everyone takes public transit and horses have gone extinct.
Exactly.
You gotta start adding some like fucked up food.
Oh, bugs.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
A fast food joint called Blue's Bug Bowl, which serves
bugs.
Oh
yeah, true. Shit.
Yeah.
Insect protein.
Yeah. So, and it's not like treated as weird. It's just a general everyday thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have that experience now where it's like, this has happened like multiple times with Templar, where it's like 10 years from now, stuff is just gonna be like normal. And people are going to like at you on social media going, remember when this was just in your comic and it was in your comic because it was weird and now it's just a thing everyone does?
Well, so the thing is some parts of so the stuff that I want to happen in the future, if it does come through, that'd be fucking great. Because the other thing is City Between World is more leftist than our real world.
Oh yeah. Yeah, relatable content.
Because I was talking to someone about Game of Thrones and George R. R. Martin, and they said George R. R. Martin is sexist because Game of Thrones has sexism in it.
Oh my god, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah. So I was arguing like the depiction of like just because sexism exists does not make him sexist. But the one good point...
Depiction is not approval.
But the one good point they made is it's a fantasy universe, so he didn't have to put sexism in. Which is a fair argument.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's...
Okay, no, no, that is not a good argument.
Well,
I'm
no.
sorry,
That is a good point for not Game of Thrones, because thematically, like, Game of Thrones wants everything to be horrible.
Yeah,
but
that's his vibe. The vibe of Game of Thrones is horrible.
Yeah, but when making a fantasy universe, you do not have to recreate the bad things in our world.
You do not have to, but recreating the... Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm sorry. I'm arguing with the person who said all this. But you do not have to, but doing so is a conscious choice, and that conscious choice is a creative choice. You are trying to say something by depicting bad things. And I say this as a person whose comic, like, starts off from the jump depicting bad things. Right. And it's like, there's so much bad shit coming. I don't approve of it, but it was a conscious choice to put it in so I can talk about it and critique it and depict it in its own context.
Yeah,
that's stupid. I'm sorry.
So, when making
This is fucking coffee shop AU bullshit. No, not everything can be about me cute. Sorry.
So, when making the City Between world, I was like... I don't need to recreate capitalism. We don't need capitalism.
True.
Yeah, so, like, I'm building this world from the ground up. I can, just, change shit. Ingredients are free for you to make your own food. Not all food is free, but if you buy the ingredients to cook at home, you're not actually buying them. You're paying for them with your tax dollars. If you buy already prepared food, that is what costs money. That also leads to a convenient way for me to have political arguments in world, because they can argue over what counts as an ingredient versus what counts as prepared food. Like, I was going to have Connor's husband, who's their world's equivalent of the governor, get into an argument about, is chocolate an ingredient or a prepared food?
Depends on context.
Yeah, so like, there are enough gray areas that I can have, like, characters have different opinions on it. There's, also, I decided that, there are free apartments, which are basically a dorm room. So if you don't want to work, you don't have to, if you're content to live in one of the free dorm room apartments. The problem with those being that if you have a family, it is harder to get a bigger apartment to accommodate said family for free. You need to pay rent or buy an apartment if you need something bigger than the free dorm room. So it's like figuring this stuff out is engaging me more intellectually than just recreating our regular world.
Yeah, like it's boring to recreate the same shit that we argue about every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, one of the best things, one of the funnest things about making comics to me specifically, especially like alternate universe or stuff about non-humans, which is like why my comic right now is literally not about people, is kind of decide, like that whole Terry Pratchett thing where you decide on a feature of the world and then you extrapolate to what does that mean going forward. And the thing that helps me a lot with that is there are like certain basic truths that kind of you go from culture to culture to culture, and you can pretty much convince yourself this is a thing that if it showed up in an alien culture, it would not be out of place. Like, for example, depictions of wealth are a thing that kind of like fascinate me because cross-culture, there are recurring themes. And one of them is your clothes telegraphing, I don't have to do much. I don't have to get up. I don't have to sit down. I don't have to go outside much. And like that is a thing that you see over and over and over. Like that's wealth. Like when you set aside thing like fads and like decade to decade stuff, that shows up. And with men in particular, traditionally, wealth is an association with power. So power and wealth kind of go together in whatever a man is wearing. And that's why the whole sort of like, oh, this expensive suit, you know, because it's work clothes and work is how you got all your money and therefore you look this good for work. But for women, there's often a more decorative aspect to it because again, there's a whole idea. The thing that always occurs to me is there's this line in Fiddler on the Roof where one of the things he aspires to, and he's like singing about like, if I were a rich man, it's in that song. And he's aspiring to having a wife with a, and I quote, proper double chin. And that's like kind of, that's an angle that's like, I want my partner, you know, the female part of this equation, she is going to be, you know, she's going to sit down a lot. She's going to be kept in luxury. You look at like the Chinese court and there are like 15, 16 different layers of clothing and your hands are always holding this and you've got nail covers and you have hair that, you know, takes how many days to do, you know, everywhere you go, you see shit like that. And so when I'm figuring stuff out in a comics context, I'm like, okay, so how am I going to depict wealth and power? Okay, well, if they live this way, if these are nomadic herders, what is wealth to them? Well, what's wealth to them is herds. Herds are wealth to them. So how do you let people know you're rich walking down the street if you're a nomadic herder? Okay, you're probably wearing a lot of shit that shows, hey, I've got a ton of cows. You know, so and you extrapolate from that.
All the cows.
Every cowboy hat.
Every single fucking cow. Every single one. I've got every single one. And so it's like one of the things I can't wait to show is like the big bouquets of horns that they wear. Just these big, gigantic bouquets and collars of horns. Because if I can go out of my way to wear like 50 horns on my shoulders, I can kill 50 cows to get 50 horns. You know I'm doing okay.
Also, a thing that I find interesting writing The City Between is, so werewolves are a group that, because they can come from anyone who gets bit, they don't have a unified culture, and there aren't enough of them. So they can have wildly different views and disagreements about how to interact with humans.
I do think the lack of werewolf culture is something that is very like City Between unique, because there's so much media where you see where it's like, oh, this secret monster has this like whole hidden society. And people do like deep dives into like that culture. Like what would werewolf culture be? But it's like when it's something where it's like you're hiding it and you get this by being bitten. You're probably not gonna have much of a culture. I wonder what the werewolf internet is like.
Oh God.
Well, one of the stories I was thinking of developing, this is in like the rough stage, so I haven't nailed down anything about it. But it was gonna do with someone is upset that there isn't werewolf culture, and they're trying to sort of brute force it. And the way to brute force it is to get more werewolves. So they're basically like putting ads on furry community websites. To want to be a werewolf? Sign up here. Like,
dude, that would work though.
Yeah,
that would
no.
work.
So the problem is, that's going to arise from this is that there are werewolf hunters, and
yeah.
so them all congregating in one area like is going to make them a bigger target. The a few months ago, I asked on Blue Sky because Google was not helping me. Is how can you get silver in a water supply? Like, is there a way to do that? And what happens to the rest of the area using that said water supply? Because it was supposed to be like a commune. My idea was a commune of werewolves gathers, and there's enough of them that a werewolf hunter notices them, and then just poisons their water supply in a way that would only hurt the werewolves and not... It might make a human sick, but would not necessarily kill a human.
Is this when we talked about silver chloride?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking I do know what happens when humans ingest too much silver of a certain type, and
they change
turn
colors.
blue.
Yes.
Yeah. Some pretty famous parts.
Yeah. So I was wondering, like, sort of trying to figure out what would the fatal dose of that be? Like, how much would this hunter have to put in the water supply for it to be fatal to humans? And then also, what sort of effects would that have on the rest of the area? And someone pointed out that really fucks up crops.
Yeah.
So the way that they could figure out that this was going to happen is it was fucking up crops downstream, or
crops, and also frogs. Frogs are always a big meter for how well an aquarian ecosystem is doing.
So yeah,
frogs will die if you look at them funny.
Yeah. So it's sort of like thinking about stuff like that. And I do have sort of a note on how common the supernatural is in general, because the other thing in Sorcery 101 is I didn't make it clear enough how rare supernatural stuff is. So Connor, the one werewolf cop in City Between, is handling every single crime that involves the supernatural in a city the size of New York. And so that's how rare it is that one person can handle all of it. But I needed it to be common enough that when someone says they are a werewolf, you would not disbelieve them, but you probably would not meet a werewolf. So I decided that it would be roughly 1 in 100,000.
I'm gonna look up something. Hold on.
What are you looking up?
You gonna drink silver?
1 in 100,000. So if there are 8 billion people in the world, 1 in 100,000 is like 100,000 is a million. A million means there are 100. I can't do math. Hold on. My whole thing when I'm trying to figure out rarity is I always look up how many redheads, like natural redheads, there are. And the thing is, I think about how many natural redheads I see walking around the street, and it's not that many. The population of natural redheads on Earth is between 1 and 2%. So that's like 140 million people. So let me go really quick and do 140 divided by... Let's see. Oh, wow. So that's 0.01% of the population. Okay. Interesting. So, all right. Yeah, 1%. Okay, so that's 1% of the population. Yeah, 1.75%.
So, yeah, so it was like, I figured that would be good for... I was looking up the rate of different types of birth defects. And that's how I came to 1 in 100,000. Because if someone tells you that they have a brother or a sister or someone who has said birth defect, you're not going to disbelieve them.
Yeah.
And so it has to be common enough that you wouldn't disbelieve, but also rare enough that you're not going to run into someone who is.
It's a surprising thing when you see it.
I think people severely underestimate the sheer amount of other humans that are in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
So, yeah, so it's kind of that sort of rate of occurrence. Figuring that out was important to me for City Between World. But I also I also have that because vampires are a metaphor for capitalism. They don't believe in teamwork, and so vampires usually actually don't live past 100 because other vampires kill them or they do something stupid that gets them killed.
Why would other vampires kill them?
Their competition.
Oh, okay, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, you can't have shitty vampires that are bad at hiding it, eating the same humans as you. That will attract someone that knows how to kill vampires. You got to put a lock on that.
Yeah, and they might be shitty about it. They might be sloppy, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you're messing up, you're drawing attention. I can't have you around.
That's the plot. That's basically the conflict in Shards of Reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Kella's done this.
Yeah. The older vampire that's helping the main character is not actually helping her. He's pumping her for information so he can then kill her and kill the person that made her.
Comics are good, I think.
Yeah.
Comics are good. I read a lot of trash, but comics are good.
Yeah, comics are great.
Yeah, that's my big problem. I don't read good comics. I read garbage.
Oh, you gotta read some good ones.
Oh, no. The one I always talk about is The Summer Hikaru Died, but I'll be able to stop talking about it soon because that's going to become an anime and I won't have to like tell people to read the manga. It's like, it's going to be on Netflix in a minute, so.
Literally, I felt like such a, like, my hipster cred went up like 100 points when I saw that, like, it was starting to get popular and it got like an English release. So I remember talking to people and being like, this will never get a proper release. We will have to read it on the web manga website forever. And then it's like, no, people love it.
It's such good shit. And I'm not going to
So
like...
good.
It's like everybody in here already knows about it, I'm sure, because Elle and I share a lot of audience. But Summer Hikaru Died. When it gets on Netflix, everybody just watch it. You'll see.
Just watch it.
But like... a lot of what I read is just absolutely...
When Jay was on here earlier in the stream, we were talking about how a lot of my favorite stuff is stuff that can only be done in the medium that it's in. And so Jay asked me for examples of that in comics. And I mentioned Chainsaw Man because the aquarium date Nero.
Yes.
Where so Spike basically the main character goes on a really bad date and the girl he's on a date with keeps info dumping about fish to him and they keep repeating the same panel of their backs toward the reader while they're looking at a tank and her fish info dump is a speech balloon between them and every time he returns to that the info dump is bigger, so it is pushing them further apart. So her info dumps are literally driving him away, and creating distance between them. And I was like, that's great. I love comics. This is beautiful.
It's so good. It's so fucking good. I love Chainsaw Man in particular, also because the comment section on Manga Plus is always like, "Damn, best minute of my week."
Oh, I'm reading it on the Shonen Jump app.
There just ended up being more things I wanted to read on Manga Plus, like they put a lot of shorts on there, which I like. I like seeing like what the like what editors think will hit with English audiences.
So, you seem to be reading a lot of comics via apps. What are you reading on Webtoons, everybody?
I'm not reading shit on Webtoons.
I hate Infinite Scroll.
Fuck Webtoons.
That was very definite. Oh my!
I really don't like Infinite Scroll. I think it kills
I gotta
the pacing.
be real. I fucking hate it.
Well, I think it's not just that the Infinite Scroll part is the problem. I think because of the Infinite Scroll, it is changing the way the person making it is thinking about the pacing in the comic, which kills the pacing and brings it to a crawl.
So here's my thing. I like Infinite Scroll. I think there are comics that use it very well. One of the ones I like that's actually an independently hosted one is Into the Smoke by Bob Apavu. That's a very good scrolling comic. It's just the content on Webtoon.
That's why I specified that, like, the way the panels are arranged on Webtoon specifically is killing the pacing.
It's meant to like to artificially extend readership time. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, a lot of when I say I read trash, a lot of the trash I read is definitely Infinite Scroll type trash, and I'm always a little. I'm hyper aware of my oldness, so I'm always afraid that when I have criticisms like this, like, is this just me being a fuddy-duddy? Is this a legitimate complaint? But after a lot of thinking about it, I think it is legitimate. I just don't like the format for valid reasons. I prefer page to page.
For me, it is a pacing issue, and I'm sure someone could make one that is paced better, but I think with Webtoon's deadlines, that's not happening.
Generally, with Webtoons, the artistic endpoint is not necessarily a concern.
If I have a choice between reading something that's page per page and something that's Infinite Scroll, I know which one I'm going for. And I think it's just a preference. I don't think it's me being old.
Yeah.
I do think another, and you two may recognize this, but the Nature of Nature's Art had some really good scrolling pages. That's a classic webcomic, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The 100% is a really good plot line, as is oh man, speaking of things that like you can only do in webcomics, there is so if you haven't read Nature of Nature's Art, it's kind of a artsier spin on kind of like little animal and people world genre of things. Usually there's a lot of like philosophy and like psychic powers kind of talk. One of my favorite plot lines is one that's entirely about spiders, and the spiders each have their own like language speech bubbles, and you can only understand what they're saying by rolling over with your mouse. Like, it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, I haven't read this one. Interesting.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I love Nafna. A+. The author is also like a weird New York hermit, and I think that's great. Like, he had like some kind of like inheritance situation, and he was like, I'm gonna use this to make comics, but I'm also gonna go work at a grocery store.
Both, and that's honestly, I've heard like, who is it? Was it Gene Yang who said that he thinks it's a good idea for people to make comics, to like, yeah, sure, absolutely, like dedicate yourself to your comics, like do that shit, but also make sure you leave the house every once in a while, and sometimes just kind of a low pressure job is a good idea.
It was like, literally it. He was like, if I don't go outside, I'm gonna become weird. So
it's like a job you can leave at the job is a good idea if you also go home and make comics.
I remember Derek Kirk Kim saying comics will really fuck up your social skills because you stay at home alone all day and then you go to a convention where people line up to talk to you.
See, that's fascinating to me because there's a creator who I will not name because this is more their story and I don't want to like out them if they have had social issues. They're probably, you know, on the spectrum somewhere, but they were on the spectrum. They're my age, so it's not like they would get, you know, diagnosed at a decent time. And I think it was like an adult diagnosis thing. And they said they were really bad at socializing until they started making comics. And when their comics got popular, they would go to conventions. And part of the thing they actually fucking loved about conventions is it was conversation practice, which they never got before because, and I'm quoting them here, they sit behind a table and people come up to them and they can just have a friendly conversation over and over and over and get practice in. It's like you couldn't pay for this shit. They'll just be sitting there and someone will come be like, hey, hi, how are you doing? My name is so-and-so. And they could be like, hi, I'm so-and-so. I make this comic. And they would be like, I know. And they would talk about it for 5 minutes. And then the person would be like, okay, cool. Bye. Bye. And then 2 minutes later, it would happen again. So they got a lot of practice in, and they became more socially competent by doing comics and going out and doing conventions.
That's good.
Yeah, I love that story because it's like bonus, like they did not expect that would happen to them, but it's now they're better. They're better at handling that kind of shit just because of comics.
Oh, interesting. Kanta in chat mentions a school crossing guard is a good one. 2 hours a day, holidays, weekends, and summer off.
Oh,
That's really smart, honestly.
Yeah, and I knew somebody too who, I don't know if they still do it this way. Like, this feels like something you could get automated out of really quickly. But I knew someone who, they were a grader on tests because back when they were doing this job, at least, you can't grade an essay with just throwing it in a machine and making sure the Scantron dots line up. So what they would do is they would read the essay answers and they would grade them according to a list of criteria. And so that was their job. And they just did standardized test essay question grading. And it paid well enough, so they only did it like 9 months out of the year.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I told people this would end at 8 my time. And we are now at 8:17. So thank you both for joining me.
Thank you for having us, and happy 20th anniversary to Sorcery 101.
Yeah. So like I said on my Blue Sky, there's currently a sale on my store, where all my books are 20% off if you use the coupon code Happy Birthday. It is running from now until June 10th because June 10th is my birthday. So it's a nice little month-long sale. You can grab both volumes of Sorcery 101 and you can grab the print editions of The City Between. And those are all at kelmcdonald.com. Yep.
Go buy some comics.
Go buy some comics,
Yeah,
everyone.
seriously. Yeah, I'm going to actually resist the urge to do self-promo because this is Kel's special day.
This is Kel's stream.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for coming, everyone.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cool, bye-bye.